why. And finding out where these agents are coming from enables us to quickly separate the real from the phony. We have a right and a responsibility to vet the would-be spokespeople for you and me. We didn't choose these people. They didn't come from the grassroots. They don't talk like us. They've never associated with us. They don't stand up for our interests. And that's because they didn't come from us. And just that one thing alone, checking out the backstory on these people who call themselves running up to us and they're going to bestow legitimacy on themselves, that reveals a lot. Just because we ask a few questions about, hey, where you come from? Who's your people? Who sent you? Look, we need to see your papers. See, this is what white power has feared, that we would begin excluding people because that's how power works. You see, powerless people do not and cannot exclude anyone. Just any old body can run up in your spot if you've got no power. Any old body can just walk up, push you aside and say, whatever you were going to give him, it's for me. Or they can just take what they want from you. That's what happens when you're powerless. You have no voice, you have no force, you can't do anything. This is why you see so many white people demanding that the U.S. border be closed. Sovereignty means that you control what goes on inside of your boundaries. Whatever area you have designated as yours, what you say goes inside those boundaries. That's sovereignty. But if you can't even keep people out of what's your domain, then you're a liar when you claim it's your domain. See, white people understand that reality. White people, they don't believe that anything that they own is community property. All of this nonsense about they should be able to do black music and they should be able to do black dance and all the rest of it, and they're not culture vultures, because aren't we all Americans? Gee, sounds kind of like those foreign blacks in the dump. Where do you think they got that BS talking point from? They got the white people. Bill Maher tried that crap on his show. Yeah, see, we're all supposed to be one big, happy, dysfunctional American family when it comes to them benefiting from what we've done and them trying to find ways to reach success off of our genius and off of our effort and off of our achievement and innovation. Then all of a sudden, well, it's not a crime while we're all one big, happy family. Yeah, but when it comes time to share the power, when it comes time for us to say, aren't we all just one big, happy family, so we're going to be sharing some of that power, some intangibles too, then all of a sudden, you niggers want a free ride, and well, you know, we'll have to get back to you on that, buddy. Then that's all of a sudden what it becomes. So you see, those of us who are on Team Black First, we're not the only ones who are demanding the institution of a code of conduct. There will be real consequences for getting off code. The mafia has a code of its own, Omerta. It's the code of silence that prevents the informing on other people for the state, because the state wasn't on the side of the Sicilian people. Or at the very least, the Italian government wasn't on the side of the Gabalottos. Oh, you don't know who the Gabalottos are? Well, let me go ahead and give you a little bit of background on it. See, Sicily had a number of foreign invaders. Sicily and Italy in general, but Sicily in particular, had been conquered and oppressed and horrendously abused by a number of foreign invaders. And what happened was, a lot of these invaders, they would set up some of the turncoat bootlick Italians up as being their henchmen. And when these invaders eventually withdrew or were overthrown or their grip on power eventually crumbled, what happened was these bootlick Italians who had collaborated with these invaders, they essentially declared themselves noblemen, and they basically became an ersatz aristocracy. Well, what happened was these aristocrats, they eventually wanted to go run off to Rome, which was on the Italian mainland, or they wanted to run off to some other portion. Perhaps they went off to Palermo, which is in the northern part of Sicily, of the island of Sicily. They wanted to go to other places where they could be where the good life was, places that were much more industrialized and better developed and had larger populations, which also meant more opportunity for profit. So these would have mostly been rural aristocrats. They wanted someone to basically safeguard and look after their rural land and their rural holdings while they went off to go party off in Palermo or in Rome. And what happened was the Gabalottos were the ones who basically fulfilled this role. Many of them were soldiers, though a lot of them were bandits, but they basically were mostly a bunch of peasants who were used to and willing to use violence for their aristocratic patrons. And the Italian government was never any help. So the people of Sicily soon decided that when it came to their own affairs, the Italian government was going to be illegitimate. And while the people lacked the power to change the government, they decided as a group that they would stop cooperating with it. They would handle their disputes themselves. And who was it who led the charge on that particular effort? The Gabellatos did. The Gabellatos, very soon, they were using the methods of violence not merely in order to keep would-be thieves from stealing what their aristocratic patrons had, or to keep it from squatting on their aristocratic patrons' land. But soon they decided, well, hell, we've been running things a lot longer than these aristocrats have, and we're the actual teeth. We're the ones who put the force behind these barons' pathetic little would-be rules, so why the hell are we taking things from these guys? See, power isn't given, it's taken. The Gabellatos understood that. So what do you think happened? What happened was, first order of business, they put the aristocrats on notice. You're not in charge here anymore. And in the event that there is a disagreement, in the event that there's some sort of difference of opinion, you go ahead and bring your few soft, pudgy, fat little would-be henchmen, and we got our lean and mean death machine down here. We'll see which one of us is still standing. And after that, that's who the new aristocrat's going to be. Well, those aristocrats didn't want that smoke. So a lot of them just said, you can either buy me out or what have you, and that's eventually what happened. Well, many of the Gabellatos wound up eventually fighting for turf amongst themselves. What was happening was power was consolidating itself. But in the process, the Gabellatos were also establishing themselves as the real authority. See, the corrupt Italian government spent more time abusing the citizens than it did serving. So what happened was the people started going to the Gabellatos in order to settle their disputes. At the very least, with the Gabellatos, you knew what you were going to get. Yeah, they were corrupt. They were to an extent overbearing. And sure, these guys were violent, but at the very least, you knew where you stood. You knew what to expect. There were rules, and the Gabellatos actually followed their own rules, something the Italian government didn't do. Now, what needs to be mentioned is the reason that the peasants were now free to handle the disputes themselves was because there was no fear of the authorities getting involved. Tell me something, why is it that black folks don't flex on these white supremacists morning, noon, and night? It's not because we don't have the strength to do it, and it's not because we fear going to prison or we fear any sort of punishment that white power tries to dole out. Hell, we sit here and comply with it. So why is it that we do not ride on these white supremacists? It's because they have an organized, violent force to attack us, and we do not have an organization to protect us. We have not organized ourselves. That's the only difference. You organize yourself, and white power is going to have to come to terms with that whether they want to or not. See, the Gabellatos were in charge. They took over their parts of Sicily. So whenever somebody was wronged, whenever something was done wrong against you in Sicily, the peasants had a free hand to handle it themselves. That's what happened, because there was no outside meddling by the corrupt and ineffective Italian authorities. That's where omerta came in, the code of silence. Basically, the word omerta, by the way, means manhood. That's what it means. What it means is, something's done wrong against you, you got to handle that. Now, what happens if you got somebody who's not able to handle a particular wrong that was done against them? Then what happens is you got to go to someone else. You do have the ability to find some patron or some third party who would be willing to get justice for you on your behalf. If you ever saw the movie The Godfather, you understand how that works. Because the Gabellatos, they would often be appealed to by peasants who didn't have money or didn't have young men who they could have to go ahead and kick some butt on their behalf. If you were one of those people who didn't really have those kind of means, didn't have those connections, didn't have the ability to handle things yourself, you could get a third party to do it. And the Gabellatos were often the ones who the people would go to settle those disputes. And if you ever saw the movie The Godfather, you understand how that process of the Gabellatos, who were basically the founders of the mafia, you understand how that process evolved. At the beginning of the Godfather movie, you had that man who said that his daughter had been outraged. That meant that she was raped. And that the man who did it was walking around free as a bird and nobody was doing anything about it. And he went to Don Corleone and said, I need justice. Now, what was Don Corleone's response? It was not, well, if your daughter was raped, well, of a necessity, I gotta go handle that. He's like, whoa, you're asking me to basically embroil myself in a dispute that I have no part in. You're asking me to basically make an enemy, is what you're asking me to do, with a man who I do not know. And you don't even call me Godfather. That's what the Gabellados would do. When you came to them for a favor, you could get the favor. But the thing about it was, and I'm not saying that we should institute this, I'm just explaining to you how the Gabellados worked. What they made it clear was, now that you come to me for this favor, I'm going to be expecting loyalty, fealty, and service in return. Now, what they were doing was corrupt and wrong. Mainly because they were basically trying to make it where if you do somebody a good turn, well, now you're trying to figure out, how do I own this person? Now, that we do not do. But the basic principle of that there are standards in this group, and if you think you can walk over a member of the group, you've violated the rules, and the group's going to come down on you, that I do favor, because that's the way it's supposed to be done. There's a code of conduct. You can't have it where some renegade or some scumbag thinks that they're going to pull a dirtbag move and that there's not going to be any consequence. They got to understand, you cross that line, the whole damn group's coming after you and they'll tear you down. You see, the Gabellados control the land. And that's the reason why the people basically had to submit to the civil rule of the Gabellados. That's part of the reason why the Gabellados were able to, that's a large part of why they were able to consolidate their power. They controlled who ate and who didn't eat. They controlled that land. They controlled the land. There was a code of conduct and it was strictly enforced. And when you were on code, they dealt with you. See, the code in Sicily didn't come from the Italian government. It didn't come from the aristocrats who used to control the island. It came from the grassroots, be they ever so crumb. Now, because some black folks I know are unable to walk and chew both of them at the same time, and some want to argue not because they think, not because they actually got the point, but because they want attention, I'm going to emphasize, as with my analysis of the origins of the Israeli Mossad, as with my refusal to jump on the Attack R. Kelly bandwagon. By the way, you know they're making another documentary about it, right? You do know that, right? See, they ain't made documentary one about Jeffrey Epstein, but they're sitting here starting a doggone documentary series about R. Kelly, just so you know. What I say, whenever you see me speaking out about Israel's Mossad or R. Kelly or Bill Cosby, it's not an endorsement of them, okay? And I am not endorsing the Italian mafia. I am not saying we should pattern ourselves after the Gabellados, and I'm not praising them. I'm not saying we should copy them. They were Europeans after all, and they were only out for themselves. There's a reason the mafia never progressed beyond the point of being street thugs who shook down business. There's a reason why the mafia never evolved beyond that. The only mafioso who actually came close to it was Paul Castellano, and he got knocked off by John Gotti, an ignorant street thug who had no big plans for mafia, and who only concerned himself with getting more kickbacks from the man who brought him money. And in the end, he wound up not merely bringing himself down, but by bringing a fake part of the American mafia down, because he was not concerned about the group, he was concerned about himself. No, I'm not saying pattern ourselves after the mafia, but I am saying that there's something to be learned from the way that these guys carried out how they dealt with people, but also who qualified to be one of them. Even a group that's corrupt as hell, even a group that doesn't have what it takes to make it the long haul, they'll still outperform us if they're doing certain basic things right. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Black empowerment, black first, is not a street gang. It's not a hustle, and it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. I cite examples like the formation of the Mossad and the Mafia because in both those organizations you can identify things that worked and things that did not work. More than that, these are some of the opponents that we're up against. I already showed you about the Israeli Lobby USA. You had members of the Israeli government, the Israeli military, which, by the way, is what the Mossad is, their military intelligence. They're not a domestic or civil intelligence organization. The Mossad is army intelligence. Now you had that woman, she's like an Israeli colonel or brigadier general or whatever, talking about the biggest problem that Israel faces happens to be young black people in the United States. See, that's the reason why I like to know about the freaking Israeli Mossad, because I understand what the hell I'm up against. I understand how sophisticated our enemies are and that these guys are targeting us, so I prefer to know something about the people who are at war with me. Most black people turn up their noses at the idea of actually learning about our enemies. Gee, I can't understand why our enemies have been running roughshod over us. I mean, just because we don't know the first damn thing about them, it doesn't make sense that they're still able to just trot over us morning, noon, and night. See how willfully ignorant black people like to be? A lot of black folks are dumb as hell and they like to be dumb. Well, you can't be dumb and black first. You can't be willingly ignorant and black first.
Don't work that way.
The two contradict each other. Sun Tzu said you have to know your enemy and you got to know yourself if you want to win a war. If you only know your enemy or if you only know yourself, then the best you can hope for is to lose 50% of the time. That's the best you can hope for. But Sun Tzu also said that if you don't know your enemy and you don't know yourself, then you're going to lose every single battle every single time. Well, thanks to the European, we've been robbed of our language, our history, our mores, folkways, cultures, and a lot of you robbed of your minds and your common sense. So we don't know ourselves. And most of us think that we're too good to have to learn about our enemies, so we don't know our enemies either. No wonder we've had to take so many L's. Well, you can't be around me if you're one of these fools who thinks I don't need to know about my enemy. Your enemy knows about you. He never misses an opportunity to try to figure out what he can learn about you and benefit from you from. That's why, as Jason Black beautifully put it, everybody benefits from knowing us except us, because they know us and we don't know ourselves. It pays to understand what makes for institutional strength, why certain organizations succeed and others fail. It pays to know what makes for institutional weakness, too. Why do certain organizations stand the test of time while others wither and die almost immediately? This is why the Mafia was so difficult for the government to infiltrate, and why it was so easy to infiltrate the Black Panthers and SNCC and practically every other black organization. The Mafia understands that power is not inclusive, it is exclusive. See, the New Voices of Black Media, part of the reason why we've been affected is because we've made it where infiltrators haven't been able to insinuate themselves. That's the reason why we tell you that we don't want you just listening to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who comes along and tries to claim to be one of us. These clowns who the white media presents, and they try to appropriate some of our verbiage. That's why we call them out and come down on them hard as hell. It is not a victimless crime when white power presents some fool who you never heard of, don't know, and haven't vetted. This person who you don't know them from a can of paint, and yet here they are calling themselves, I'm going to say white supremacy, and I'm going to say black empowerment, and I'm going to say the word economics once or twice, and then I'm going to say black people should get behind me. They know a going concern when they see one. They know that we're a threat to white supremacy. They're trying to appropriate our position. And what's happening is we're defending our position. We're not allowing ourselves to be infiltrated. See, this is how it works when you have a group that doesn't allow every Tom, Dick, and Harry to claim to be one of them. We, as foundational blacks, we let everybody claim to be one of us. They can disrespect us all the day long and then still turn around and claim to be one of us. We allow everyone, even white people, to lay claim to our history and the unique significance that we have had to the world. This distorts our place in the world and it undermines who we are. This is what it means to disrupt and to derange our internal politics. Everything that's ours is community property. Everyone gets to lay claim to all the things that we've done, and not once do they even mention us. So you better get comfortable with the idea of power being exclusive. and telling people to hit the bricks and showing them the door. And when they decide, no, we are all brothers in the struggle, grab that bastard by the scruff of the neck and toss his ass out. But see, you only think like that when you believe you've got something valuable that must be defended and must be protected, and you understand you got something that other people covet and are trying to take. How much value do we assign to being foundational blacks? Having the bloodline and the bond. How important is that to us? How important is our culture to us? We have tons of value. God knows everybody else have made fortunes off of us. Before, during, and especially after chattel slavery, we are the biggest engine of wealth creation in human history and the most vibrant and influential culture that has ever existed. And all this in our most degraded state. So imagine how powerful we can be when we got some real tangibles at our disposal. When we start acting like a club and not acting like some sort of county fair. But what would we do with those tangibles, huh? Do we build bastions of black empowerment? Do we repeat the mistakes of yesteryear and try to integrate some white neighborhoods instead? If you think something is valuable, then you have to be able and willing to protect it. Taking back our culture and running out the white supremacist funded and influenced enemies within it, it's going to be difficult. And the biggest difficulty won't even come from the white supremacists themselves. It's going to come from black people who will not like that we're requiring them to dump some bad habits. They've been so used to us keeping them afloat. When we start cutting the dead weight loose and leaving them behind, building enclaves where our value system, our code of conduct is ruthlessly enforced, most black folks, and I'm talking about foundational blacks here, they're not going to like it. Because a lot of them are chasing interracial sexual access. A lot of them are still pining away for a pat on the head for white power. A lot of them have a very warped and juvenile idea of what constitutes black brotherhood, so they're still going to be trying to resuscitate the long dead corpse of Pan-Africanism. That's what a lot of them are going to be on. And they're going to be looking at what we're doing as it grows in size and influence, and they're going to be trying to figure out how do they stop that. Because as far as they're concerned, well, we need to go back to the old thing. Yeah, the thing that ain't worked. Well, I could care less if they change their minds, because you don't have to like the code of conduct, but you're damn sure going to do it. This is why we didn't waste any time trying to figure out how do we get some black celebrities to be our patrons. We told you about those black celebrities. These guys are on team white supremacy. And what you've seen is we didn't have to change our message, they had to change theirs. These black celebrities, they only got what they got because they use black people as their foundational support. They use foundational blacks as their economic foundation. And then they walk away from us and spit on us afterwards. So I told you that you guys are the source for the LeBron James and the rest of these fakers, frauds, and phonies. I told you that. You're the source. I'm not interested in going to somebody who's been leeching and parasiting off of us. I want to go to the source. That's you. And you see what the results have been. The power has always been in your hands. The only problem has been aggregating that power. Power is a serious game, family. It's the most serious game on earth for the highest stakes. So far, we've had the game all wrong, though. It's time to change that. Power is the ability to define yourself and those around you in such a way that your definition becomes theirs. Well, it's only been the last 12 years or so that we've begun to start reaching that message, sending that message out to the masses and reaching the black family here at home with that message. It's only been the last 12 years that this message has begun to be pushed and promoted. Because up until now, we allowed white power to foist a definition of black on us that served their interests. We were not coming up with our own definition. We let white power do that instead. We were abiding by it. This is how you wind up with all these people who brag about their octoroon and their quadroon roots. You got these people whose skin is a little bit lighter than the average, and as far as they're concerned, they're trying to lord that over us as if somehow that makes them superior to or better than. Bragging about their white parentage, This is the reason why it's not a victimless crime when you got black people, black women in particular, who will be out there saying, I've got some Swiss in me, and I've also got a little German, and I got some Filipino, and everything except for black. That is not a victimless crime when you got people bragging about any sort of slave master or any sort of white guy with an itchy crotch who happened to have dipped himself into their family bloodline. That's not a victimless crime when you got people bragging about that. What they're doing is they're making it clear the only part of their heritage, the only part of their ancestry that they're proud of is the white part. The black part, well, I try not to think about that. That's the attitude that they're having. That's blatant disrespect. White power sees this self-hate and they capitalize on it. You see, white supremacy adheres to an ultra-strict standard of racial purity. So when some white guy goes getting frisky with Sally Hemings, or whenever some white woman decides that she's going to throw open her legs for some black male who doesn't know better, then white power makes our community into a dumping ground for these people who they cast off. They're not making any room for these octoroons and these quadroons. They're not trying to say, oh, these guys are white. And the hell they are. White power looks and says, no, we don't want them. You're going to be part of the black community. We're going to declare
blowing motherfuckers away. God damn. They're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. God damn, dude. Fuck me running, Hawkeye. Do your thing, player. Do your thing. Do your thing.
Diluted, and these people desperately want to be part of white society, and they spread that madness among us. And
nice horse. Fucking creepy ass goddamn face mask they be having for horses and shit, man. That shit be looking creepy as fuck. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these horses? Like, oh no, it's a face mask. Like, what the fuck?
I even let you come to one of our social clubs.
Hello, Mr. Butcher.
In 30 minutes or less. And because of that, we say, see, these are black folks who are making it. That's what they've used these high yellows and these octoroons and quadroons for.
Okay, then.
They use them because black people are a terminally aspirational people. Or rather, we've devolved into that because that's not what people who have higher order thinking skills do. Higher order thinking skills are not aspirational.
Appreciate it.
You don't live in your aspirations.
Sure,
but black folks have done that, largely because we've been reduced to that. And white power has played on that.
Okay, then.
And here we are trying to make some sort of coherence and order out of what is intentional insanity that white power saddled us with. We eventually gave up power for ourselves, so we became this aspirational, dysfunctional mass. We stopped fighting for our own power, and we made it clear that we would just be willing to settle for trying to live vicariously through this or that black person who had made it. Problem is, white power had the ability to pick and choose who makes it and who don't. So you get to have some black person who made it, and then that black person turns around and spits in our faces. And we're told that these are our spokespeople. Because white power puts them on TV and asks them questions and says, why do black people say, why do black people say? These clowns have no legitimacy. They have absolutely no right to speak for us. And as a group, we have not called it out. But then again, how can we be expected to call out LeBron James when we don't call out the people who live in the very neighborhoods where we live? Why build anything for our children? Why fight for our children when we gave up on them a long time ago? So we retreated to idolizing black entertainers, black singers, black athletes, actors. Of white media became our role models and even our icons because white power said they were. People who white power elevated to prominence and who would always be destroyed in the end, but we didn't care. We wanted to hear that Eddie Murphy was the highest paid star in Hollywood. We wanted to hear that a black man was made CEO of this or that Fortune 500 company. We wanted to hear that Jay-Z is a billionaire, allegedly. Black faces in high places. That was the battle cry of the black baby boomers. It was a call for pure tokenism. They were telegraphing and broadcasting to the world, you ain't got to make up for the greatest crime in human history. We don't need group economics. What we want is something to make us feel better about our sorry lot in life. And that's what white power did, because we threw the door open for it. You're telling white power that you would stop trying to bring down white supremacy if they give you a couple of token Negroes in this or that high-profile position. Not that they'll have any power or desire to do anything for black folks. Malcolm warned that tokenism was a trap, but this was what black people were openly calling for from the 50s all the way up into the 80s, actually beyond that. Because the black puppet leaders who white power planted among us were misleading us in that direction. That's the reason why I ride so hard on these black bootlicks who the white media keeps putting out there. That's why I can't stand Big Bird and Joy Reid and Roly Poly. That's why I go in on the Charlemagne the frauds. Because these are the people who white supremacy has used to instill generations of dysfunctional thought and practice among us. And this made it child's play to manipulate us. This is how you came to have black people weeping with joy because Barack Obama became president. Black people were not thinking of politics as a business transaction. They were thinking about it as some sort of feel-good ceremony. So white supremacy went ahead and let you feel good and then started killing your kids in the streets. White power declared that this biracial child of a foreign father and a white mother was the culmination of all of our hopes and dreams. Well, you know, my dream is black empowerment. One black man in the White House don't cut it. I don't dream about overlooking white supremacy. I dream of destroying it. Barack Obama did not. White power placed these hand-picked migrants among us to manufacture the lie that racism has been put behind us. A black fool who will not tell the truth, like we will. A black puppet who just showed up yesterday, but whose mission is to impersonate us. White people know that it's a con, but it's a comforting con. And the reason they push it so hard is because they hope that we'll sit on our hands while we're strangled for resources, and hopefully we won't get out of pocket because there's some mealy-mouthed black migrant on TV who refuses to say the things we say, but who is constantly name-dropping our ancestors and our icons and our achievers and constantly invoking our historical achievements, our social movements, the progress that we and only we made possible because you haven't seen it anywhere else on the planet. You go to Africa, you go ahead and show me where the civil rights movement is there. They keep operating out of our playbook. These same people who come here and run us into the ground, when it comes time to pretend like they're going to take on white supremacy in South Africa, when it comes time to pretend like they're going to take on the corrupt, black puppet elites in Nigeria, whose playbook do they go to? They go to ours. And then they try to talk about it as if what we did had something to do with them, while they then come over here and run us into the ground. The two cancel themselves out. Always talking about themselves as if their ancestors and their family accomplishment had something to do with ours. Well, tell me something. Can I go to the Congo and start tossing around Patrice Lumumba's name? Or worse, can I go to the Congo and have the French neo-colonialists who run that country elevate me over the native Africans and then start name-dropping Patrice Lumumba? You see, Joy Reid is of Congolese descent. She can lay claim to Patrice Lumumba, and she should. That's her history, not ours. She don't get to talk about the Freedom Riders. She doesn't get to talk about breaking the chains of Jim Crow. She don't get to talk about the brothers and sisters who were taking part in the uprisings, Red Hook Summer, the Houston uprising, talking about the bombing of the Black Wall Streets, plural. She don't get to talk about that. That had nothing to do with her. She can talk about it as an outsider, but she better not talk about it having anything to do with her. See, I actually have respect for Patrice Lumumba. What a shame Joy Reid doesn't. You ain't never heard her go on air and go in talking about Patrice Lumumba. You ain't never seen her do that. Because she understands that her job is to be a surrogate for white supremacy in this country. Her job is to try to palm herself off as being one of us. She understands that her job is not to be questioning white supremacy. So she ain't riding for Patrice Lumumba. She doesn't want to remind anyone. She's trying to pull off the, well, I am as American as any of these Negroes who've been here for 500 years. That's what she's trying to do. Well, she may be American, but she's not a foundational black. See, a foundational black requires the bloodline. And the bloodline goes back to the plantations. And just as important, foundational black requires the bond. And that bond means that your words and your deeds are black first and always have been. Joy Reid ain't got nothing to do with that. Have you noticed that she never mentioned the name of Patrice Lumumba? That would be the easiest thing for her to mention, but she doesn't because her white paymasters wouldn't like that. Her job, Joy Reid's job, is to be white power's pet angry Negro. A pretend pseudo-militant, you know, like Ta-Nehisi Coates. There's another mealy-mouthed, fork-tongued fraud. Joy Reid gives the same empty rhetoric as a white liberal, but her skin color is, well, it's supposed to make her rhetoric a little more edgy. The goal of these black immigrants in large, not in total, not 100%, but at least 95%, let's be honest about it. 95% of them, as far as they were concerned, they were going to be the head Negroes in charge. They understood that their job was going to be to replace us. And now we're threatening that. And they're scared. They can't even confront us on it because to do so would be to openly admit to white power that they can't fool us any longer. That the majority of black people in America, the foundational blacks, the survivors of slavery, are openly hostile to the black puppets who the white media is using. Not only are we threatening the position these white media flunkies have, we're also leaving them with nowhere to turn. When white power cuts them loose, they're going to be out on their butts with nowhere to land. And this is the standard. This is what it means to impose a price for acting against the interests of foundational black America. That's what it means. This is what it means to impose a price for it. Goldie Taylor, she repeated all the feminine talking points against black men. Did white power take care of Goldie Taylor after MSNBC decided to slam the door in her face? Roly-poly soft-shoed around white power for years. And say, has white power finally rescued him from that broom closet where he does his little pretend webcam show? White power has no use for a black tool who cannot trick us into thinking that they're speaking for us. We have black people speaking very differently now, saying things that threatens white power. And these black flunkies, they're terrified to even touch it. They understand that they got to put up the appearance that they still got us fooled, that business as usual is still business as usual. But it's not. And white power's starting to look at them now and going, you know, if you guys can't get these people in line, if you can't fool them into sitting on their hands, then, well, we'll just deal with them directly through the enforcement arm of white supremacy, but we don't need you immigrant niggers if you can't keep the domestic niggers in line. You see, we're not ready to go allying ourselves with anyone, even those brothers and sisters abroad, until we have regained our power. Once we've regained it and we learn how to wield it for our advantage, instead of everyone else's, then we can go talking about alliances with the rest of the diaspora, but not before. And by the way, there's not even going to be talk about alliances until they get their heads on straight. We're not going to have a situation where here we are going back to trying to work with black folks who have made up their minds that they're still trying to figure out if there's a comfortable spot left under white supremacy. And the foreign blacks just need to be honest about this. White supremacy had the power to curate which blacks it let into the United States. And when you look at how they behaved once they got in here, you can see that white supremacy let in the absolute worst anti-black hating fools that they could find. You see, white supremacy realized they made a horrible mistake at the turn of the 20th century with that initial group of black migrants who got in. The Marcus Garveys, the Stokely Carmichaels, the Dr. Joseph Ben-Yakanans. They let in a bunch of pro-black true believers 100 years ago. And they brought the system to its knees. These guys were the real deal. They helped to ignite the effort to show the world what a lie the U.S. is, and America's place as the so-called leader of the free world was not based on moral fortitude. We proved that there was no morality in this country, hence the U.S. has no legitimacy to tell the world anything. You can't be the leader of the free world unless you have a moral basis for doing so. And these migrant blacks who came in 100 years ago, they were dedicated to it. Now, they may not have had the bloodline, but at least ideologically, they had the bond. We showed the world how we were being treated. The world saw it and denounced the U.S. as a fraud based on how we were being treated. White power didn't have an answer for that. The reality of our deprivation was irrefutable. So they endeavored to manufacture a reputation. If you don't have a counter-argument, then you gotta make one up. And so that's what they did. They began using their media to fight an image war, one meant to prove that they had indeed changed. Oh, well, we know the fire hoses and the fire bombings in the churches with children inside and all the rest of it. Yeah, we know you've seen that, but we're going to prove to you that we've discovered religion where it comes to how we treat these niggers. I mean, Negroes. I mean, coloreds. I mean, Afro-Americans. When they knew that the change was the very thing that they were fighting against, but that's not what they presented to the world. So starting in 1960, white power began to import a new group of black migrants to become a political counter-level. These migrants, they won't cut from the same cloth as Marcus Garvey, Dr. Ben, and Stokely Carmichael. You see, this new group, white power understood this time they had to make sure that these guys wouldn't be
drunk dance with each other.
They weren't being lead this new group of black migrants being brought in the 60s. They would be rigorously interviewed and vetted in their home countries. You see, it is true that they wanted educated blacks.
Like nothing, drunk as fuck,
blacks who were trying to bring down white supremacy. This time it's a matter of, let's make sure we find educated blacks who are on our team, and not just assume it this time. Do they come from the right background? Say, were they proud of having slave owners in their family tree? Were they proud of having collaborated with the European colonialists in their country? Did they evince a certain disdainful attitude toward blacks in the United States? Or did they make it a point to coon when they were in front of us, and they would go ahead and tell us how they make fun of black people in Jamaica, or they make fun of black people in India or South America? Did they make it a point to do that so they would set us at ease? Come on, black folks know what white power likes to hear. When you're in front of white folks, you want to make them feel a little more secure, so you go ahead and take a couple of playful jabs at black folks to put the white power operative in front of you a little more at ease. And what you're telling them is, I'll do anything to win your favor, and that's exactly what white power wanted to make sure. So you started seeing in the 60s a sudden influx of Africans into the school system, and soon migrant blacks who were getting corporate jobs, particularly the ones of Caribbean descent, because they had Anglo names, or in a pinch you find some African who happens to have adopted an Anglo name. So everyone would hear a name like Joy Reid or Kamala Harris, or they'd hear a name like Steve Horsford or Anthony Brown, and they wouldn't even question if they were one of us. But then again, we also set ourselves up for a matter. We opened that door, we kicked that door open, saying, well, it doesn't matter if they trace their lineage back to slavery in the U.S. We're just accepting everybody. Because what we were trying to do was, we were trying to pioneer black unity on a global scale. But we didn't want to accept that these other groups had ideas of their own, ones that had nothing to do with any sort of global unity or any sort of national unity or even a neighborhood unity. They were repping whatever tribe they came from. They were still doing that tribalism thing. And we have to be honest about that. Now, the only way that they'll say something differently is whenever they start to see if there's going to be punishment for it. Then all of a sudden, we had all these things. Well, yeah, that's what they're saying now. Because we're the ones making them say it. because we are making it clear the white power is not going to be able to use them. They won't be used for the white power anymore. So they're trying to shore up their support with us, and we're letting them know we're cutting you loose. White power gave these guys some material benefits and made sure the white media was there to run magazine articles and newspaper pieces and spots on television shows about these black people who were making it. Of course, nobody bothered to ask how many of these allegedly successful blacks there were. Besides, the U.S. has no appetite for black success. To see even one such story makes them green with envy and red with rage all at the same time. So for the white majority, seeing one piece about one Negro who has a high-level corporate job, that was enough for them. That's all they could tolerate. White people would automatically see that and say, all right, there's a Negro who works at Sears, and there's a pro football player who bought a new car, so that means black people can't say that they're being held back anymore. And isn't that what they've done? As soon as they see any story about a black person who's got two nickels to rub together, white people immediately say, that's it, you can't say that you're being held back, that's it. What they're really saying is, we're tired of hearing about any instances of black success. The white media is like, don't worry, there won't be many of them. And that was the point that the white media wanted to reach, to help white people justify saying, we are going to arbitrarily declare that black claims of inequality are invalid. We're now saying that you don't have a case anymore. Well, how do you figure that? Because we said it. That's what it was about. It was giving white people the ability to be able to stick out their chest and saying, well, we're declaring that we're not going to hear it anymore. It was not that they were ever hearing it to begin with. See, it wasn't about us proving anything. It was about giving white people the anecdotal evidence that they wanted so that they could return to denying that the U.S. is oppressing us when it never stopped. So finally, white power had some positive images that they manufactured of some manufactured successful black folks making it, but no one bothered to ask if black people had a piece of the country or only had a piece of a job. Without things that we own, that we control, and that we can pass down to the next generation, we don't have anything other than gainful employment. And you only have that until the white employer decides to take it away. But nobody cared. And you have black bootlicks planted among us who the white media gave a megaphone to so they could say, well, it don't really matter. Black faces in high places. Black faces in high places. Black faces in high places. Oh, you know, those white folks don't like that. Well, it's not about what they don't like. It's about what we like. But white power finally manufactured some good headlines about the condition of black people in the U.S. International consensus calmed down a little bit, and it was in just enough places where the white media could lie and claim that these were sweeping national changes, when the truth is you only had a few cherry-picked Negroes in New York and Los Angeles, and that's it. See, this is what happens when you control vast reserves of a nation's wealth. You can turn your fiction into other people's reality. And it really helps when you can have people who look like the ones you're oppressing, singing your praises, repeating your lies, and telling everyone that the U.S. is a land of opportunity. And ain't that been what these immigrant blacks have been doing nonstop? These guys have come in here and it's been a 24/7 nonstop chorus of, oh, ain't nothing wrong with America. Oh, well, you know, you got to be working for what you want, etc., etc. They will gladly repeat the white power line sounding like every other white supremacist you ever heard. That's deliberate. People who only just showed up yesterday, calling themselves impersonating us, claiming our history, speaking about our past as if it was theirs, and then turning around and spitting in our faces. This was the ethno-historical fraud being perpetrated. The white media manufactured a narrative to absolve this racist country of its sins, but the lie couldn't work unless they got a few of us to go on the record and say it was the truth. And that's the reason why it was important to get a few foundational blacks to co-sign this nonsense. So, like any movie or TV show, the white media brought in some black actors to play the part of us. That's what these immigrants got brought in to do. It's a TV show. We're going to call it America Has Finally Dealt with Race. And it's going to be starring Joy Reid and Roly-Poly Martin. And it's going to be starring some other suspect Negroes who you can't really track them to Alabama or Louisiana or Florida or Mississippi, but they're going to claim that the civil rights movement has something to do with them, and they're going to say our ancestors. These people showed up just 30 minutes ago, but they'll make sure to say our ancestors when talking about the destruction of the Black Wall Street, or talking about the establishment of the HBCUs, or talking about Reconstruction and Jim Crow. They'll be making sure that they steadily say our ancestors when talking about black folks in the U.S. These people who just showed up. This is the game that's been going on. And this does real damage to us because these are the red herrings who white society points to when they claim that no one is oppressing us. The handful of cherry-picked black migrants are somehow proof that racism is gone because white power gave a few hand-picked foreigners a higher tax bracket. So no, they cannot be allowed to claim to be us, or allowed to graft themselves onto our history, because this isn't happening in a vacuum. White power brought them in for a large agenda to prop up a lie meant to cover up a genocide being perpetrated against us. White power wronged us. But these migrants are coming in and calling themselves speaking for us and saying, well, that was in the past and we need to let it go. All of a sudden they're going to say we need to let it go. We've had to fight white power and a largely antagonistic influx of immigrants who have run interference for white power and called themselves speaking for us as one of us. So we're cleaning house. No one speaks for us but us. And that process begins with a firm, intractable, unchanging, absolutely uncompromising definition of who we are. What constitutes us? We are not every black person who enters this country. We are not every black person who's got a hard luck story about colonialism or white oppression in their hometown. Whether their hometown is New York or Kingston or Cape Town. No, I'm sorry, it's got to go deeper than that. We're a specific group with a specific history and a very specific group identity formed by that specific history. That's the reason why coming from a common experience matters. Foundational blacks have a common bond because we came out of a common experience. We are the only true chance for the children of Africa to establish in the modern era a model of black group economics. We're the only chance that concept has. It damn sure ain't going to be coming from these West Africans. And it damn sure ain't coming from the Caribbean. These guys are the vast majority in Jamaica and Turks and Caicos and St. Croix and all the rest of these places. And yet these guys, white power's got them living like cockroaches. How the hell are you the majority in these places and it's a matter of you ain't nationalizing and taking over? How the hell does that work? Well, it only works if you allow it to be that way. What does black group economics mean? Malcolm told you. It means control of the economics and the politics of the areas in which we live. Africa is colonized by Europeans and now Asians. Nothing moves without their say-so, and the Africans tolerate it this way. That weakness of a problem that we don't need. And this also goes for the bootlicks, backstabbers, and turncoats that we have among our own ranks as foundational blacks. Just because you came out of those plantations doesn't mean that you're part of the plan. You may have the bloodline, but do you have the bond? Ideology matters. Because without an ideology, we have no common cause, which means we have no common reason for existence. We've got no common goals. I want to draw the distinctions. We've got to have not merely a code of conduct, but enforcement of that code. We have to have a definition of what constitutes black, and it has to be one that works to our advantage, for our interest and our benefit. And it's not a matter of whether or not it pleases everyone. People are only pleased when we're being run into the ground. So when people are unhappy about what we're doing, that lets me know that our compass points true south. Because we are a southern-oriented people. I hope that didn't fly over anyone's head. We have to make sure that the distinction is drawn big and black. We have to make sure that the distinction is firmly enforced. Because if we as foundational blacks deserve better than a Joy Reid or better than a Cynthia Ervillo, then we also better make damn sure that we deserve better than a David Clark or a Malcolm Nance too. So it is the African who must be the champion of it once. You don't have a prayer of knowing where you want to go or even why you want to go there unless you know where you've been. But what happens when your knowledge of the past has been robbed from you? Every time you gather the gumption to go inquiring into where you've been, you have these other forces that begin to attack you, deride you, who try to throw stumbling blocks in your way, who bombard you constantly with all sorts of mental attacks about how you shouldn't be asking that anyway. Meanwhile, these other people are constantly reveling in and constantly reminding the world to the point of wanting to vomit about where they've been, even though most of that is fiction. Well, what happens is you become indoctrinated and inculcated with a false memory of the past. You stop looking at yourself as being a historical people and start looking at yourself as just basically being whatever other people say you are, and that definition is based on whatever is in their interest. Now, what do you call someone who comes along and is bolder, who has the courage, the guts, the mental fortitude, and the intellectual honesty to tell you the truth about where you've been, to actually dig into that past when everyone else is saying, oh, you should just be focusing on the here and now? That person says, no, we're going to go back as far back as is possible. What do you call that person? You call that person a prophet? You call that person a miracle worker? You call that person a grand master teacher. And today, the 1st of January, is always going to be celebrated among Africans with their heads on straight as Dr. John Henrik Clark Day. This is the day that he was born. And it makes sense. The first day of the year, even though it is the calendar according to a bunch of Europeans who didn't know that the year ought to begin in the spring, which traditionally is when it would begin. Same way that the day would normally begin when the sun rises at 6. But it makes sense. The ancestors were talking, even with the world in the grip of these psychotics from the Caucasus Mountains. They decided that the beginning of their year would be heralded by the birth of the man who would help to usher in the end of the iron grip rule of white supremacy. A lot of you feel justified in saying that when we look around, we don't see a whole lot of heroes amongst us today. But you know what? We don't really need heroes because we have something a hell of a lot better. We have legends. And these legends actually exist. The lesson to be taken away from our Grandmaster teachers is that no one is going to tell our story except us. No one else is going to do the hard work of rebuilding and reclaiming what's been stolen from us except us. And you've got to be bold about it. You cannot show any timidity in the face of all of this anti-black aggression. You walk into the room and say, here's where we've been and what we've done. They're going to try to assail you, to attack you. They need you to shut up. They need you to stand down. They need you to back down. Because the entire world order, based on what the Europeans and their Asian allies have done, has been based on running the African into the ground. An unholy alliance formed, but they're trying to close ranks against us, and the only way that we're going to beat back the pale and jaundiced hands of anti-black aggression is going to be with an iron fist that is uncompromising. They're not going to like it, and you have got to stop wondering about that. Dr. John Henrik Clark didn't take any opinion polls about what other people thought about what he said. He just said it, and then he proved it. And he wasn't saying it for the sake of Europeans. These guys were not the ones who benefited the truth. They hated the truth, wanted to bury the truth they thought they had. He was saying it for the sake of his people, so that they would understand it, to reestablish the African standard of academics. For universities in Africa, long before the European even knew what a university was. So the tradition of excellence in scholarship is an African ideal. So it is the African who must be the champion of it once again. Stop expecting a pat on the back from white power. You should not be concerned with white power approving of anything. If they approve of it, that means it works in their interests. And their interests are diametrically opposed to yours. Stop thinking that they're going to discover religion. They won't. They try to co-opt everything that we do, and whatever they cannot co-opt, they try to destroy. Whatever we create becomes community property. Everyone can claim the 14th Amendment. Everyone can claim the Civil Rights Movement. Everyone can claim our music and the terms and the expressions that we've added to the lexicon. Everyone has cultural proprietorship except us. Everyone else can expect their culture to be uniquely theirs. They ought to expect that. That's the right and proper thing, except when we do it. When we draw boundaries and when we draw lines and tell everyone else that this is ours and no one else's, they get angry and indignant about it when we do it. You say the term culture vulture, find that a lot of white supremacists get mad because they're terrified that you talk about them. And we are. We're also talking about the Asians and Hispanics who have been practicing the exact same anti-black racial chauvinism, trying to be somewhat tactful, my word. Both of these groups want to be white supremacist auxiliaries, except when white daddy starts slapping them around and reminding them of their place. Then all of a sudden, they decide that maybe there's some way that they can swing on our suffering, and that they can appropriate our struggle just for rhetorical purposes, just to remind white supremacy, hey, you're starting to treat us like these Negroes, remember? We're on the same team as you, remember? They're part of the forces that we're struggling against. And we need not pull our punches about that. We need not be bashful about saying that white supremacy is not the only enemy that we are facing. Dr. John Henry Clark taught you and retaught you and taught you again that we have no friends. He didn't say we have no friends among the Caucasians. He said we have no friends, period. While it disgusts us, everyone thinks they have a right to what is ours. It shouldn't come as a surprise. Under white supremacy with its Asian and Hispanic allies, a black man has no rights that anyone is bound to respect. The first right of every human being is the right to personal sovereignty. You can set the boundaries of your own existence. No one but you should set those boundaries. Your good white liberal pals have no problem respecting everyone else's boundaries until they come around to you, and all of a sudden you're some sort of exception. Everything they have, they stole from us. Our rise is white supremacy's fault. They don't have a plan B. And their Asian and Hispanic allies, they don't have a plan B either. As far as they're concerned, they're going to basically be the underlings of white supremacy. As long as white supremacy stands, they're always going to have something. And if the African rises, they're looking to go, well, what happens to us? Well, what happens to you is not our concern. You may not think much about the utter lack of resources that Europe has. The European thinks about it every single day. It's obsessed with it. They know they're living on borrowed time and off of stolen land and resources. Time that they stole from us, land and resources that they've stolen from us. They won't peacefully coexist because they don't have anything to trade. In order for peaceful coexistence to happen, you have to balance the taken and the given. But the Europeans never had anything to give. They tell lies about their history. They started going to Asia. They started talking about these European vagabonds wandering into Asia, the dregs of Europe wandering into Asia. Here they are engaging in trade. They didn't have anything to trade with the Asians. Same thing with the Native Americans. You show up with a couple of beads and some alcohol. That's not trade, stupid. But that's how the European trades it, because you can't say these guys came out of here with their freaking pockets turned out, nothing to give. They don't tell it that way. They make it seem as if the beads that they brought somehow, or that the meaningless trinkets that they brought from Europe, not even made very skillful, as if somehow we were engaging in trades. Let me get this straight. These other people got resources. These other people have land. These other people have produce. You sit here and bring a couple of shop-worn trinkets and call that trade. All the way under white supremacy. What they call culture, that's nothing more than a few barbaric practices they picked up from the Romans. The rest is undeniably what they have copied and in most cases stolen from us. So peaceful coexistence, that's going to be a non-starter. We know we are, but too many of us are in denial about it. That's understandable. We've been conditioned to be in denial. Once a man had the guts to stand up, step forward and tell the truth about it, you decide you're going to call yourself either being sheepish, don't talk too loud now, or you decided tell him to sit down. I got this dream that I'm going to be part of these good white folks over here. You're taking it away from me. You tell me I can't have it, and I won't stand for it. No, we are supposed to revere and love our heroes. In a world this evil, when a man has the guts, moral courage, to stand up and say, no, it's a pack of lies and I'm calling them out, that man is supposed to be one of our icons. That is a man that you give the highest honor to. But the post-traumatic slave disorder is alive and well, and so many of us are trying not to offend white power. Either white power on the left or white power on the right. You got your right-wing white supremacists, the left-wing white supremacists. Too many black folks trying to figure out which one of them we convert to our buddies. You know that your would-be white liberal pal is no less racist than David Duke. Because you can't talk the way that Dr. John Henry Clark did around these good white liberals. They'll be the first one to tell you, oh, you just hate all white folks, don't you? You keep hoping that maybe, just maybe, they're going to be on your side. Our Grandmaster teachers demanded that we embrace truth above all other things, that we see the world the way that it is, and that we act accordingly. But embracing truth requires courage. Reality isn't pleasant, at least not all the time, but it is real, it's the truth. And no matter how occasionally unpleasant, once you know the truth, you now have a standard, firm basis for which you can start to make real change in the real world. Hiding in delusions and denial, that changes absolutely nothing. As long as you keep trying to deny what you know to be the truth, you're a fool and you'll never be free and you don't deserve to be. Think for yourself. Know the world for yourself. Stop repeating what white power tells you to say. If you are indeed your own man or your own woman, if you are indeed your own African and not a slave, then whenever you open your mouth, I shouldn't be hearing white supremacy's talking point and ideology coming out of it.
Thank you.
I should be hearing your own. And I shouldn't be hearing pie in the sky nonsense. Defeatist, denialist delusions, all kinds of crap from, we are all people under the skin, to I'm going to status correct. All of these are delusions that black people try to create because they're too scared to have to break away from white mommy and white dad. You're trying to imagine that you have friends when a man who had the guts and the courage to tell you you have no friends came along and you dared to desecrate that. We've had some folks who apparently thought that they were going to be comedians, and they found out the hard way from me. But when it comes to our Grandmaster teachers, I have zero tolerance for any sort of disrespect. You had clowns like Mark Lamont, Big Dummy Hill, and another person whose name I shall never say, but you know this clown. She's had some issues. You've had idiots who dare to actually speak disrespect about Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, and I let these bastards have it. You know, under white power, you call yourself going after their icons, they're going to let you know about it. George Washington was a slave owner. Thomas Jefferson was a slave owner. And Thomas Jefferson was a rapist. He raped Sally Hemings for 30 years. And if you need more degeneracy piled on top of it, Sally Hemings was the half-sister of Thomas Jefferson's wife. So you have slave owning, rape, incest. I mean, for God's sake, with Thomas Jefferson, you get the trifecta of degeneracy. And yet white folks left and right will defend, well, we can't be erasing this. Yeah, we can't be erasing the guys who made the cornerstone of white privilege. And don't give me any garbage about when they were the founders of the country. Britain, you find the exact same white supremacist arrogance, the exact same white supremacist entitlement there too. Who are the founders of Britain? Britain has no founders. What's the Constitution of Britain? There is no Constitution. There was a great charter, the Magna Carta, but that's not it. And yet, for some strange reason, they adhere to the exact same ideas. We can't be speaking ill of Cecil Rhodes. Oh, sure, he killed all these black folks, but that's the reason why we love him so much. And you find the exact same thing in France, and the same things in Germany, and the same things in Italy. The geography may change, but these people don't. So you call yourself speaking ill about the white men who gave white folks their unearned and undeserved position in the world. They're going to let you have it as far as they're concerned. You can't be tearing down our icons. Your leftist pals they'll show their right-wing colors real fast when you start questioning the place of people like Woodrow Wilson or the place of people, just racist lunatics like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. You start talking about them the wrong way and they'll let you know what's up. You, on the other hand, well, doesn't seem to be fighting a whole lot for anything for you. Cherish our legends. Revere them. Most of all, continue their work. We are part of a continuity. When Dr. John Henrik Clarke said all history is a current event, that's the point that he was trying to get across. We are part of a continuum. From the glory of Egypt all the way to today. Doesn't matter if you were talking about King Narmer or talking about Dr. John Henrik Clarke, talking about Professor Blank Truth. We are all part of a continuum. None of this is happening in a vacuum. So when you see a man like Dr. John Henrik Clarke, he's not just that brother over there. The people who like to throw around empty phrases like, black people need to focus on education, these people are, not surprisingly, the least educated people in the room. They don't have anyone who they cherish. They have no icons. That's because these guys are a whole bunch of self-important chumps. These people haven't learned anything, and they're dang sure not going to teach you anything. A few of them, very few, may have read one or two books, but it's obvious that they didn't learn anything from them. And what they consider to be important, usually themselves, bears absolutely no resemblance to what we know to be important. And we must make sure that the right priorities and ideals are at the core of re-empowered and reinvigorated African people. To reestablish a truly African value system requires that we know what is in our interest, who is working in our interest, and that we hold fast to that, and that we be uncompromising about it. Our value system of necessity must be perfect. And when I say perfect, that doesn't mean divine or sublime. I mean perfect in the true sense of the term. Complete. You can't add anything to it, you can't take anything away. That's the reason why I was talking about institutions. Institutions are the guardians of ideas. They are the ones who preserve and promote ideas. They don't allow everybody to just run it in and we're going to make changes to it. It's been said that power is the ability to define yourself and to define others in such a way your definition becomes theirs. The first part of that definition of power is that you define yourself. That's what comes first. You got to know who you are, and you got to stand on it. You also got to have enough resources and enough strength of character and personal force of will that other people are not going to be imprinting their definition onto you. As long as you keep insisting on getting your sense of self from other people, as long as you're looking over your shoulder all the time to make sure that everybody else approves of you, then you don't have power because you're not defining yourself. At best, all you are is a codependent with delusions of atoms. You won't be able to define anyone else. You won't be able to define your environment, your place in the world, until you have first gained the honesty and the serenity, personal force of character to define yourself. And you must have enough strength of character that you're not constantly taking an opinion poll to see who doesn't like you. So we got to make sure that we amalgamate ourselves to every group of white supremacists and every group of chattering nabobs who constantly have something to say. Nobody in this world is going to approve of the African because everybody is looking to use and abuse the African. Nobody is going to look at you rising and say, that's a good thing as far as they're concerned. Your rise equals their fall. Determine what your interests are. Pursue those interests for yourself and then stand on it. This becomes far more difficult because we live in a world so twisted that the definition of a proper world has become one in which Africans are perpetual victims of these other groups. But that will not change until the African society is no longer interested in trying to keep these other groups happy with you. When they see you rising, they're going to recognize this as an existential threat. You have to close your ears to their whining. You have got to close your mind to their attacks. You cannot allow them to influence anything that you choose to do. Pursue the best interest of yourself and your people. Practice the essential selfishness of survival, as Dr. John Henry Clark put it. You don't have to be liked by everyone. In fact, you don't even want to be. One thing, the only thing that you need to do is to be right. Right has a definition, and right is power. For the African, who actually has his moral compass still intact, might makes right, and it's okay to put might into the hand of the African, because he rules with justice. Dr. John Henry Clark taught us this reality, and we must live it out. He poured out his heart, his soul, his mind, all of his being to help reconstruct an African face of existence, to remind us who we are, to tell us how to recognize where we went right and how to avoid where we went wrong. That we should be living life on our terms and for ourselves. Once again, be comfortable in our own black skin and in our own African frame of mind. This is why we must always uphold January 1st to be practiced among the hardcore, the true believer. That's us. This is not something for the masses, well, at least not yet. They'll get on board in time. As our own power and influence grows, they'll eventually decide, oh, well, what's this thing over here that these guys who are winning are doing? January 1st, that is a day that the righteous African elite have commemorated as Dr. John Henry Clark Day. As Dr. Joseph Benyakin said, you do not ask for a day, you take a day. Not merely because of what this man taught to us. That's not the only reason he's so precious to it. It's because of the ideology that he represented. This man was black first before black first was cool. We deserve and we need an African who puts our interests first, to the exclusion of all else, to the exclusion of everyone else. We deserve and we need an African who's unapologetic about it. We deserve and we need an African who has the guts and the moral courage to stand up and say, my people's needs of a necessity must come first. Someone who was fighting for our power to promote our place of privilege, an African who pulled no punches about it and didn't give a damn who didn't like it. What is in our interest, what contributes to our power, and indeed our luxury. That is, by definition, good. And whatever or whomever undermines, erodes, or oppresses us, they are, by definition, bad. What works for our power is good. What works against it is bad. And we are to act accordingly. We are to be uncompromising in our beliefs. We are also to be uncompromising in our actions. Because for a moral person, your words and your deeds occupy the same space. We don't have to ask for permission to exercise power, and we don't owe anyone an apology for what we do to acquire power or what we choose to do with it. As Dr. John Henry Clark taught, we are a totally unobligated people. And it is way past time that we started acting like it again. We should never be the ones acting like we're all jolly in the behind to be around these other people. If anything, they ought to be glad to be around us. God knows they've made enough money, propped up their own empty cultures off of us. The African has the power to change the world. First, he's got to change himself. Dr. John Henry Clark showed the way. The African must rediscover and re-embrace his true self. This always laughing, always joking, always smiling clown, buffoon, who is trying to figure out how to present himself as non-threatening, or trying to figure out how to keep laughing because he wants to deaden the pain of white supremacy, that kind of just empty nothing has to be purged. You see an African acting like that, playing the buffoon, or otherwise trying to find a way to anesthetize himself, humor and comedy or drugs or what have you, that kind of Negro ain't going to take us anywhere. So you get that person away from them. They are cancer. We need our help and power. We require, absolutely require, a generation forged of iron. The Africans that it will take to reestablish African primacy, that's going to be a group of Africans that most of us probably be scared of. Because these will be Africans serious about what they want and what they intend to do to get it. There are too many of us looking for a comfortable place under white supremacy. Too many of us trying to figure out how do we find a way to live with white supremacy instead of trying to find a way to stamp it out. So if those Africans who actually are serious about their power, serious about their freedom, if they come along, they would look at you and what would they see? Would they see beloved ancestors who actually stood for something, or would they see a bunch of trifling, good-for-nothing Sambos who were trying to catch up on the latest episode of Love and Hip Hop? I owe much to our descendants. I owe much to our future generation because they are part of a continuum. And I understand what I owe to them because it is much a reflection of what I owe to our ancestors. You look at Dr. John Henry Clark, we give him that kind of respect, we pay him that kind of reverence, you're in fact respecting and revering yourself, and you're respecting and revering future generations not even born. A generation laser focused on putting the African back in the driver's seat. Our heroes have to be the people who teach us that our entries come first. Dr. John Henry Clark dreamt of a generation driven by group power and no longer obsessed with group acceptance. How do we make it where black people are acceptable to everyone else? Who gives a damn? Today, this generation forged of iron seems like a foreign concept. Seems a million miles away, doesn't it? But you know, not so long ago, the idea of making the black man the face of Kemet, that also seemed impossible. Slowly but surely, as we've begun to speak these words, no matter how much criticism comes our way, we just keep saying it, you've been finding that even the white media has had to back down. This is what we're doing in our still degraded state. White power recognizes that. You're asking, what's going to happen if this African actually has a little bit of power to wield? If he's able to do this while he's still on his knees, what happens if he can get so much as 1 foot on the ground? When we start speaking up again, a lot of things that people kept insisting could never happen suddenly start occurring. They'll be sitting there going, how? These are the people we want to leave out, by the way. Because as Dr. John Henry Clark beautifully put it, when we learn to start winning again, all sorts of people who previously didn't want to claim being black, suddenly they're going to start wanting to be black. But as we know, there's not going to be a place for anyone like that among us. We don't tolerate any turncoats. If you weren't a hardcore African before now, if you weren't B1 uncompromising before now, you won't be allowed to change uniforms once white supremacy cannot or refuses to support you anymore. When you see that black empowerment becomes a growth sector and no longer in decline, you're not going to be saying, oh, I was with you guys from the jump. No. You see, this is exactly the kind of uncompromising stance Dr. John Henry Clark demanded that we take, and indeed we will. We must dedicate ourselves and rededicate ourselves daily to giving rise to the generation of iron who will set the world to rights. We have to dedicate ourselves to laying the foundations of economic and military strength that we're going to need to restore the world that began wreaking havoc. Dr. John Henry Clark, the icon, he showed us the way. He is the father of a newly emboldened, strident, and uncompromising Africanist. We can never repay him for what he gave to us, but we can certainly try. Remember Dr. John Henry Clark. Tell others what this Titan did for his people. Repeat his words and then live them out. Teach them to the babies. Let them know that don't you worry about that old George Washington, old TJ the rapist. You learn about this John Henry Clark man. You learn about Dr. Ben. You learn about Francis Cress Welsing and Ivan Van Sertima and Chancellor Williams, and I'll be here till 5 in the morning listing them all. This is what you learn about. You don't learn about how you can make yourself more useful to white power. You learn about how you're going to bring white power down, crush it to less than dust. And what's going to be restored is going to be the glorious edifice of African excellence. You dedicate yourself to that. That's what you teach the babies. The European, there was a time on this planet when there was no European. And I think we can all be intellectually honest enough to say that, sure, at the rate things are going, there's going to be a day when the European is no longer around because his behavior, his culture, everything that he does is suicidal. So since he's on the path of self-destruction, well, character is destiny after all. Our job is to make sure that when he finally blinks out to oblivion, that we don't follow him. That's why we're going in the opposite direction. Whichever way he's going, good, let him go that way. That way I know which way not to go. If he says red, you better say black. And you don't need to apologize for that. The African frame of mind is the right frame of mind. And we have to thank Dr. John Henry Clark for standing on that and teaching us how to stand on that. You need to learn from the man's works, from his books, from his lectures, from those who knew him best. Don't make it where the only thing you know about Dr. John Henry Clark is his now iconic, his absolutely essential quote, "I only debate my equals, all others I teach." Dr. John Henry Clark was simply putting a white supremacist in his place. That's a nice quote to know, but as Dr. Ben said, it doesn't mean a whole lot if all you know how to say is Hotep and you don't know what comes after that. So you make sure that if you take enough pride in Dr. Clark where you like the fact that he wasn't smacked down on the white supremacist, then you owe it to yourself to learn about everything else that the man said and taught and did. January 1st is now and forever Dr. John Henry Clark Day. We should make sure to say this amongst ourselves. Don't wait for Professor Black Truth to be the one who brings it up first. You, all of us, are supposed to be engaged in this culture of revering and holding up our icons as perpetual minders every day of the year, just perpetually reminding us over and over again that this is what African excellence means. A man like Dr. John Henry Clark doesn't come along once in a lifetime. A man like this, he only comes along once. about to jump up and tell you. Tonight on the Black Channel,
we exposing frauds, bootlegs, and agents.
What should be the consequences
for disrespecting,
damaging, and insulting an icon, a black icon? Simple question. What should be the consequences for disrespecting a legitimate black icon? No games, no jokes, no intro music, because I want you to understand something. We are at a critical juncture in black people's history. And what has happened is we have watched as white supremacist infiltrators and puppets have been set up and engineered to attempt to undermine us from within, and have repeatedly attacked one black icon after another and attempted to define that as black empowerment. First, it was Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, as I told you all then, an unforgivable sin. And next, now you have the nerve to attack Dr. Claude Anderson, a man whose credentials are platinum plated. Platinum plated. For anybody to attempt to do that, that is high treason. There has been no one, and I want to put it with a capital, no one, from the civil rights generation who has been more consistent, more determined, and more steadfast than Dr. Claude Anderson.
Man.
And at some point, we have got to make it clear that this is something you don't touch. People, I want to ask you a question for those of my brothers and sisters who live in the deep south of the United States of America, a place that these two coon-ass niggas could never set foot. If you attempted to yank down a Confederate flag in public today, not in 1819, I know, I understand, not in 1919, if you attempted to yank down a Confederate flag in public today, and there were two white men standing nearby, it's guaranteed that at least one of them would run up on you and attack you to stop you. You are not allowed to disrespect white icons. Even if those icons are obsolete and defunct, you are not allowed to do that. If, to my brothers and sisters in California, and these two asshats don't qualify, to my brothers and sisters in California, in Texas, if you attempted to go to Little Mexico, if you attempted to go to East LA, if you attempted to go to the barrio and yank down the Mexican flag or talk badly about a Mexican icon, what would happen to you if you attempted to do that? Talking about nobody's above criticism. If you attempted to go as a Mexican person, I'm not talking about as a black person, as a Mexican person, if you attempted to yank down the Mexican flag and talk badly about Julio Cesar Chavez or any other Mexican icon, East LA, Little Hialeah, Little Mexico, what would happen to you if you attempted to do that? As a Mexican, if you attempted to attack a Mexican icon, what would happen to you? In Florida, in South Florida, in Miami, Miami Gardens, Miami Beach, if you attempted to yank down a Cuban flag,
man,
in southern Florida,
If you talk badly about Batista or Castro, depending on which side of town you're on, what would happen to you if you attempted to do that? If you attempted to disrespect a Cuban icon in Florida, what would happen to you? I'm asking a simple question. I don't want a bunch of off-topic comments in the chat. I'm asking a question. If you went into Southern Florida and attempted to disrespect Batista or Castro, depending on where you're, what the hell would happen to you if you attempted to do that? What would happen? What would happen to you if you tried that? As a Puerto Rican, as a Cuban, what would happen to you if you attempted to disrespect one of their icons? So when I am standing here, people, and I see a black icon, a legitimate icon who has given his life to this, one of the very, very, very last ones that we have that was even around during the era of Dr. John Henry Clark and Chancellor Williams. And then I see some jackasses on the internet talking about no one is above criticism. This man is above it.
Man.
Certainly by the likes of these two unqualified, butt-kissing, no good, scum-sucking pieces of filth. How the hell are you going to tell me that these two unaccomplished, illiterate, economically destitute barbarians have the standing to criticize someone of the esteem of a Dr. Claude Anderson? What the hell is your definition of qualified? You don't have one. But a bunch of you, like these two, by the way, have watched your mama get set out. Oh, did I say that? I said that. You watch your mama get set out from an early age. So you don't have a definition of respect, particularly where black men are concerned. Is this thing on, particularly where black men are concerned? Your unresolved daddy issues done got your ass in a crack. Let's just tell it like it is. So when I see somebody attempting to disparage the name of a Dr. John Henry Clark, or a Chancellor Williams, or a Malcolm X, or a Dr. Claude Anderson, men who gave their whole life to the game, that's just not going to be tolerated. Not at all. Not at all. I have spent decades following the work of Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson is not an elder. Dr. Claude Anderson is a legend. Dr. Claude Anderson is a legitimate legend. I didn't need CNN and no damn body else to christen him that. He is not an elder. He is a legitimate icon. He is a legend walking. And I will be fortunate beyond words if when they put me in the ground, I have 1/3 of the esteem amongst my people that this man has earned. Not a blemish to his name. Not a blemish on it. He gave his life to this when he could have been butt-kissing like Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, and he could have been low-key ass-kissing like Professor William Darity, and he could have been out here like Thomas Sowell and the rest of them. He could have sold his soul. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said that. She said, I could have made a lot more money if I had written the types of books that my academic contemporaries, my black academic contemporaries were writing. I could have made a lot more money if I did that. You see, the ISIS papers didn't sell nearly as much as some of these white ass kissers books. Henry Skip Gates. You see, if Dr. Claude Anderson or Dr. Francis Cress Welsing or Dr. John Henry Clark had done some of that, they could have made a lot more damn money. But they dedicated their lives to the people. So let's just be clear about that. About what it is that qualifies you to speak. There isn't a person walking who has the credentials or the standing or the authority to criticize Dr. Claude Anderson's credentials in this area. Not a person walking. So when I find some mushmouth ADHD back in the classroom licking the doorknobs nigga sitting up here trying to talk bad, I understand you're clout chasing. You wish you had the clout. You wish you had the esteem that this man has. You're jealous as hell because Dr. Claude Anderson was invited on the Breakfast Club and you've been begging to get on ever since. You've been begging to get on forever. Mr. Attorney who doesn't know the law. So this is how bad this has gotten. Who are you people still supporting these morons? Who are you? The daddy issues out there must be epic. Who are you? Every time we turn around, these two asshats are attacking somebody. Every time we turn around, they're attacking some icon. If this isn't white supremacist engineering and manipulation, what the hell is? They gave him an article in the New York Times, and the very next thing they did was attack a bunch of black folk. This sounds like white supremacist manipulation. This sounds like they infiltrated these two to sit up here and sow dissent and discord. People, you follow the pathology. You've seen what they're doing. Somebody explain that to me. How in the hell does that happen? How in the hell does that happen repeatedly here? That's not accidental. It's not an accident when you keep seeing that kind of thing occur. That's not an accident. At some point you have to say, okay, something ain't right here. Something is not right here. At some point you have got to say that. Well, I'm here to say that. I told you all about ego. Where are the people who were telling me a month ago that we were wrong in what we were saying? You're still defending this? So you're gonna give this a pass? If you're that far stupid and that far gone, that you are so pathetic that these are the kinds of individuals that you are going to follow in the stead, to the exception of a legitimate icon like Dr. Claude Anderson, unfollow me, unsubscribe, get the hell out of here. You don't belong here. Period. You don't belong here. When Malcolm was alive, we didn't ride for him like we should have. I told you all this after Nipsey Hussle's killing. After Malcolm was killed, they never should have been in position because we should have rode for him. And that's a problem that we have. When we have our icons, we don't protect them. We allow no-name, little fruit booty niggas to sit up here and talk trash about our icons when niggas sitting around talking about, well, everybody got an opinion. Whoa, 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 whoa! You don't have an opinion to disrespect this man like that. You don't have an opinion. There ain't a person walking who has an opinion to be able to do that. This man has decades in the game. Who in the hell are you gonna sit up here and what qualifies you to say anything about this man? Ever. That's not a joke and that's not a game. You don't have any standing to do that. I've got 100 times the credentials of these two cornflakes, and you've never seen me say anything even remotely close to that. I've got way more standing than they do. Every time we turn around, these two corn-fed morons are sowing up dissension. This is what you're backing? This is what you're backing? Somebody's gonna give this a pass? This is what you're backing? I'm not going to give something like that a pass. Not at all. I am not going to give that a pass, period. I'm not going to do it. Now, Dr. Claude Anderson was a man that I worked for a very long, hard time to raise his profile when I put out my first documentary film, 7 a.m., in that New York market, in that New York City market. I paid to have advertising put on the biggest television station there, ABC, with Dr. Claude Anderson prominently featured in that commercial. First time it had ever happened. First time ever. Did the same thing in Los Angeles. Did the same thing in that Baltimore Del Mar region. That was how he ended up on Rock Newman. I made it a point to make sure that this man would no longer be ignored. And a few years later, you can see what's happening. A few years later, you're witnessing it. Because we made it a point to raise that profile. And unfortunately, ego and jealousy, there are a lot of niggas who identify with that. And when you have the nerve to sit up here and disrespect a Dr. Claude Anderson because your life has amounted to so little that you have become professional internet trolls, I ask my brothers and sisters from around the world, what should be the consequences for disrespecting a legitimate black icon, now in his 80s, who has laid down his life for his people? What should be the consequences of that? Because I look at other communities and I know what the consequences would be if you attempted to do that over there. I'm looking at my people and saying, what should be the consequences of assaulting the image of a Malcolm X? How do you teach somebody that they can't do this and they better not try it again? You tell me, what would be the suitable way of making sure they understand that this is never to be done? I'm not talking about some penny anything there. How do you communicate to people that this is untouchable? At a critical juncture, when we're on the same page, at long last, you have the man himself being able to sit there and explain what he means. And then immediately you have these two white supremacist puppets of the Democratic Party attempting to attack him. And I say attempting, they could never put so much as a grease smear on the image of Dr. Claude Anderson. However, it is our job to take care of taking out the trash. That's our job. Now, when I spoke about this a month ago, there were people who were still trying to ride for these two. There were people who were still trying to defend them. There were people who were still trying to give excuses. When I spoke about this a month ago, there were people still trying to do that. Where are those people today? Where are those people today you're going to defend this now? Is this how far you're going to let them drag you down? You're going to let them drag you down and say that this is okay too? Exactly who are you defending? Exactly what are you working toward? What are you working toward now? If you're still defending these two at this point, what are you working toward? What are you trying to get done? What are you trying to get done at this point? Well, I'll tell you what they're trying to get done. If you were not aware, and you were, they've got
a
little video where, why, if you ask them what they think, well, they'll be glad to tell you. So you know what Dr. Claude Anderson is about? Dr. Claude Anderson is about the idea that without businesses, black people cannot build economic wealth and thus cannot stop the boot of white supremacy from victimizing us, because rich people can always victimize poor people. So for those of you who tried to say before now that, oh, no, tongue-tied and swear-jaw were, they're about economics too. They're about entrepreneurship too. They're about business building too. For the folks who tried to say that, unfortunately for you, they just put out a video making you look like a freaking moron, because they said exactly what I've been saying all this time. So you can hear it for yourself.
The Duke Samuel Du Bois Cook Center for Social Equity and Insight Center for Community Economic Development bring to you what we get wrong about closing the racial wealth gap. Myth 1. Greater educational attainment or employment rates on the part of blacks will close the racial wealth disparity. We can't outrun this with diplomas. Myth 2. The racial home ownership gap is the driver of the racial wealth gap. We can't expect real estate to be our escape from historical wealth inequality.
You told me so. I'm not supposed to own and control that.
Making black and buying black close the racial wealth gap. We can't use black dollars to spend our way out of the racial wealth gap.
Wow.
Well, so those of you who are saying that these two are about black economics, they just sat here and said, this video was just put out. They just put this out. So in case there was any type of misconception, they just put this video out telling you that banking black and buying black don't do anything to create wealth and won't close the racial wealth gap. You're hearing it directly from the tongue-tied, mush-mouthed, back-in-the-classroom ignoramus, and you're still defending this person? So they've attacked Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. They've attacked Dr. Claude Anderson. I mean, I'm not even worried about the attacks in the new black media, but understand, this is where they want to lead you. They're telling you they're in favor of reparations, but by the way, you tried to lie and say, well, Jason, that wasn't correct what you're saying. They ain't against capitalism. Yeah, they are. You have two individuals who have failed at basic economics. They wouldn't be able to keep a lemonade stand or a hot dog stand going. And when you ask them about economics, this is what they tell you. Go to their Twitter page of Tone Talks, and you can see this video right now. I downloaded it so you can't get away and hide it. But there it is. He's telling you it's a myth to buy black. He's telling you that buying black is a myth. Buying black and banking black as far as economic empowerment, that's a myth. You're hearing him in his own words. He just put this video up. People, this is the bait and switch of the Democratic Party. Vote down ballot. Support baby bonds. Cory Booker's agenda. Support baby bonds. Remember that word, baby bonds. You're going to be hearing it again soon. 2 socioeconomic failures telling all of us that buying black isn't going to empower you. They're saying it right here. What more do you need to see? How hard-headed are you? Do you really have your face this far up these two's asses that you're just going to disregard this? So I'm showing it to you, and you're going to be like the old black church folks with the pastor in the Rolls Royce while you getting on the bus, if you can afford a bus pass, and you're just going to ignore this too. So many of you are reliving the mistakes of your parents and grandparents and great-great-grandparents, and you are worthless to us, and you need to go. I don't want you here. You need to leave. Unsubscribe, unfollow, get the hell out. You're dead weight. There's nothing you can do for us except hold us down. This is them in their own words. Nobody is feeding it to them. This is them in their own words saying it. This is them.
To spend our way out of the racial wealth gap. Banking black and buying black close the racial wealth gap. We can't use black dollars to spend our way out of the racial wealth gap. Myth 4. Black people saving more will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 5. Greater rates of financial literacy will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 6. Entrepreneurship will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 7.
Now, did you notice what he just did there? Let me close this up a little bit here. I create a problem. Did you notice what they did there? Just sat there and told you that, by the way, entrepreneurship won't close the racial wealth gap. In case you were under the impression that it might or it would, by the way, entrepreneurship is not going to close the racial wealth gap. Not my words, theirs. Try again.
Greater rates of financial literacy will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 6. Entrepreneurship will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 7. Emulating so-called success.
So he tells you that financial literacy won't help you close the racial wealth gap. People, how do you close a wealth gap except for being financially literate? This is an ignoramus who has no idea of the concept of what wealth is. He just told you financial literacy won't do it. This is not a video that was put up months ago. This video was just put up. They just put this up as their defense for attacking Dr. Claude Anderson. They just put this up as their defense against me. After they attacked Dr. Claude Anderson, this is their defense. People, they've gone full-blown white supremacist. They've gone full-blown. They've gone full-blown Stacey Dash. They've gone full-blown Fox News. This isn't even being hidden anymore. Yes, this sounds like Prager University. People, this isn't me saying it. I'm not doing it. They're the ones doing it. I am playing for you their words now. You can't say that they're being misinterpreted. They just put this up. This ain't me talking. They just put this up in response to me. This was their response to me, to tell you that entrepreneurship won't work.
Close the racial wealth gap. Myth 7. Emulating so-called successful minorities will close the racial wealth gap.
So they're telling you, no, you don't have to worry about that. The racial wealth gap? No. Entrepreneurship won't. Then what in the hell are we working towards? If that's not going to help us, then what in the hell are we working towards then? These are simple questions I'm asking.
The Duke Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equity and Insight Center for Community Economic Development bring to you what we get wrong about closing it. Myth 6. Entrepreneurship will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 7. Emulating so-called successful minorities will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 8. Improved soft skills will close the racial wealth gap.
Who the hell said that soft skills will close the racial wealth gap? Who the hell argued that? I guess because so many people tell him that he doesn't talk very well that he's like, that ain't gonna mean nothing. It would have not. Who would you all want as your attorney? Johnny Cochran or Welcome to Tongue Tie? I mean, Tongue Talk.
Tongue Talk.
I'm not mocking anybody. Would you want Benjamin Crump? Would you want Antonio Crump? Or would you want Johnny Cochran? Yes, people, if you are unable to wield the English language, that is a major sign of a mind that is unable to expand. That is the sign of a mind that is unable to expand. Now, wait a minute, just in case you all thought that you had heard the worst, just in case you thought that this was as bad as it could get, wait until you hear what this mush-mouth, mumble-mouth, dumb Donald tells you is the answer. So he's telling you that all these other things are a myth. He's telling you that all these other things are a myth. Wait till you hear what he tells you is his answer to the racial wealth gap, to overcoming economic white supremacy. Wait till he tells you what it is. I'm going to go back a little bit so you can hear the rest of this stuff and listen to what he tells you that the answer is.
Black dollars to spend our way out of the racial wealth gap. Myth 4. Black people saving more will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 5. Greater rates of financial literacy will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 6. Entrepreneurship will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 7. Emulating so-called successful minorities will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 8. Improved soft skills will close the racial wealth gap. Myth 9. The growing number of black celebrities prove that the racial wealth gap is closing. Myth 10. Black family disorganization is a cause of the racial wealth gap. None of the mythology that pushes narratives that black Americans are their own worst enemy will close the racial wealth gap. Instead, we need policy that is transformative in imagination, such as racial reparations, baby bonds, or a federal jobs guarantee. Learn more.
Wow. Something it transformative in imagination. He didn't say imagination, he said imagination. I'm not mocking. I'm telling you that a person who says he's going to lead us through socio-economic strategy can't even lead himself through the English language. And by the way, I'm going to play this one more time so you can hear what he says the answer is.
Transformative in imagination, such as racial reparations, baby bonds, or a federal jobs guarantee.
So he says that the answer to systematic economic white supremacy is A, things such as. He didn't say that the answer is reparations. People, I'm not putting words in his mouth. He meant what he said. Things such as reparations, baby bonds. So him and Cory Booker, Democratic candidate Cory Booker, tongue-tied and square jaw, have come here to sell all of us on the Democrat strategy of baby bonds. And for those of you who don't know what baby bonds is, it's essentially, you know, like those Gerber life insurance policies? That's what baby bonds is. Only the federal government, when you're born, you'll get $1,000 baby bond that supposedly will grow over time. Oh yeah, but everybody's gonna get one, not just black people. So this is gonna close the racial wealth gap by giving it to everybody. And by the way, tongue-tied is in favor of giving to everybody. And I'm gonna prove it in their own documentation. So understand, you're not hearing this wrong. So he said things such as reparations, Cory Booker's baby bonds, and a federal employment guarantee. Did you get that part? A federal employment guarantee. So no wonder he doesn't think that entrepreneurship will work. This nigga wants all of us to go to work for the damn post office. What the hell is a federal job guarantee? So black people are just given automatic approval on the civil service test? This is his solution? So for those of you who live in New York and California and Los Angeles, his solution is a guaranteed federal job. When the federal government is trying to downsize everywhere, he's telling, oh no, we're gonna get the federal government to give us jobs. Do you think Donald Trump is gonna hire one more black person than they absolutely have to? Yeah. This nigga is talking about begging. I'm not making this up. You heard him say it for himself. Some of you out there are having cognitive dissonance because he reminds you of your tongue-tied daddy. It's time to get over that. These are his words, not mine.
We need policy that is transformative in imagination, such as racial reparations, baby bonds, or a federal jobs guarantee. Learn more by reading the full report today.
So this is the tongue-tied, slack-jawed, bug-eyed, cross-eyed idiot who would try to tell us that he has the standing to criticize a Dr. Claude Anderson, and this is his plan? Baby bonds, which weren't his idea, and the best that Sandy Darity could come up with was the Gerber baby food life insurance policy. I guess that shouldn't be very surprising. But you all this video was just put up. This was his response to me when I called them out about attacking Dr. Claude Anderson. This was their response to me. That don't listen to Claude Anderson say we need to build businesses. We need to beg for baby bonds, and we need to double beg for a government job. As if they won't get rid of it when the next administration comes in. He doesn't. How many jobs have created wealth, people? He said that this was a strategy for closing the wealth gap. So his strategy for closing the wealth gap is to get you a job. People, do you see that sleight of hand with the language? Can someone please tell me a job in the federal government that creates wealth? I'm listening. No, some of the tongue-tied capers and supporters, post in the chat room. He said a government job guarantee. Tell me a government job that creates wealth. I'm listening. You ought to be able to tell me. What is a government job that creates wealth? No, if you're still going to cape for tongue-tied and you're going to denigrate the image of Dr. Claude Anderson in favor of this jackass, tell me he says we need a federal government job guarantee. Did you all know that this is what ADOS was selling you? Then you all asked me why it was I didn't mention them, and I never mentioned them. You want to know why? Did you all, for those of you who are caping for ADOS, is this what you thought you were buying? A government job closes the wealth gap. Is that what you think is going to close the wealth gap? Tell me what the government job is that will do it. If you're still going to try to defend these guys, well, Jason, my mom was a hoe and my dad was a deadbeat, but I want to tell you about my economic expertise. And in my opinions, I believe in my imagination that I took my imagination, and my imagination told me that, a government job that closed that wealth gap, a government job. Because my mom and my dad didn't have no job. How many idiots are listening right now and you really believe that a government job is going to close the wealth gap? People, I'm not making this up. Let me go ahead and show you one more time here. I'm not making this up. At the beginning here, you can see what it tells you. What we get wrong about closing the racial wealth gap. How do we close the racial wealth gap? The way in which you close, what do we get wrong about closing the racial wealth gap? What do?
We'll close the racial wealth gap. Instead, we need policy that is transformative in imagination, such as racial reparations, baby bonds, or a federal job guarantee.
There you go. That's not me making it up. That's not me. Jason, you mocking him. That's not me mocking him. I'm playing his own words. He's trying to sell us all on the 2020 Democratic ticket. People, he's trying to sell us on his imagination and the 2020 Democratic ticket. We can't pretend we don't see this anymore. And yes, Black Empress, he said reparations or. All this time, he's been telling people it's reparations or bust. Now he's telling you it's things like reparations or baby bonds or a federal government job guarantee. And the government job that produces wealth is what exactly? So a Gerber baby bond is going to make us all rich, even though they're going to give white folk the same thing. Now, at the end of this video, oh yes, brothers and sisters, I got the barbecue up and going. I'm roasting coons tonight. Now, if you take a look here, he tells you you can read more about it. It's a good thing we have to read because he's not taking
racial reparations, baby bonds, or a federal job guarantee. Learn more by reading the full report today.
Okay, unfortunately for this ignoramus, I read the full report. Because just like HR 40, this guy can't make it through the English language. Therefore, it falls to someone like me to do it instead. I read the report all right, and Let me tell you right now, before you even get into it, it's embarrassing. First of all, there's a white hand up there on the screen, so that should tell you the first thing you got wrong about closing the racial wealth gap. But it gets worse. Now, what I want to do is show you here, these are the authors of the report. You have your 6 academics, supposedly, and 5 academics, and then you got this guy over here in the right-hand corner. So, needless to say, these are the people who are in charge of presenting this report. Now, there's a lot that they get wrong. Well, first of all, if you take a look at the people who wrote this report, first thing you notice is, well, it wasn't just tongue-tied Darity, it was some other people. And I want to introduce you to these 2 guys at the top here. Mr. Alan A. Aja and Mark B. Paul. Mr. Aja is an associate professor in the Department of Puerto Rican and Latino Studies. Is this me being rude? Is this me? This is the report he told you to go read. These are the people, the academics. Remember when he said, I want to hear from an academic about what to do for black wealth and reparations. These are the academics that he was working with. Mr. Aja, who's an associate professor of Puerto Rican and Latino Studies. And yes, several times in this report, they talk about black and Latino. Oh yes, but did you notice the sleight of hand that tongue-tied attempted to pull off here, folks? Because if you weren't looking at it, you didn't notice, it says what we get wrong about closing the racial wealth gap. People, this is a Democratic plant. He's a Democratic puppet attempting to smuggle in the Democratic agenda. We didn't ask about a racial wealth gap. This is the new word for minority, people. This is the new word for minority, and your tongue-tied A-dunks individuals are trying to sell us on this. So racial is the new word for minority. It doesn't say closing the black wealth gap. It says the racial wealth gap. And then when you read the report, they keep talking about blacks and Latinos, black and brown, Latinos and blacks. That's what's in this report. And I'll show it to you. It's not me making it up. This is the guy, he wants to, Dr. Claude Anderson told us to never use the words minority, people of color, or anything like that again. No wonder this tongue-tied buffoon has a problem with Dr. Claude Anderson, because Dr. Claude Anderson is not here trying to sell us on that. No wonder he has a problem with Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson said, don't talk like that. I kind of wonder if tongue-tied and square jaws, hook jaws, white masters told them, you niggas better get out there and change this vocabulary. People, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm playing for you what they said. I'm showing you the report. This ain't, so everything I've done for you so far and showed you ain't enough? This isn't enough? He posted this video today and said, go check out our report. I checked out the report. This is what he put up in response to me. They didn't get corrupted. They've been on the team the whole time. You all asked me from the beginning why it was that I didn't mention ADOS. I didn't mention it because it was so obvious that they were a front group. I saw this crap a year ago coming. That's the reason I didn't mention them and didn't give them any airtime. Go check my Twitter. I never mentioned ADOS. People kept asking me. I never mentioned it. I always said descendants of American slaves. I made a conscious effort to distance myself from them. This is a year ago I started doing that. So let's go ahead and take a look further into this. Back to the authors again. So Mr. Aja is an associate professor in the Department of Puerto Rican and Latino Studies. And his recent publications include the book Miami's Forgotten Cubans, Race, Racialization, and the Local Afro-Cuban Experience. So even Afro-Cuban is the last damn thing that comes up. How about Mr. Mark B. Paul? Mark B. Paul is a postdoctoral associate at the Samuel Dubois Cook Center on Social Equity at Duke University. His research focuses on inequality by, I'm quoting now, you can see it on your screen, race, class, ethnicity, and gender. Tongue-Tied told you to go check out their report. Unfortunately for Tongue-Tied, unlike him, I can read. I read the report. I'm looking at what they're saying. This is what they're selling us. They're trying to smuggle in the Democratic LGBT agenda. When he says gender, we all know what that means today. Gender is LGBT. So there you go. No wonder they are upset with Dr. Claude Anderson. No wonder you're mad. No wonder you stinking mad. No wonder. This explains so much when you think about it. This explains so much. Man, no, I'm not putting words in anybody's mouths. I am telling you, he said today, go check out the report today. I checked out the report today. And these are the guys on the report. And it doesn't get a hell of a whole lot better when you go through the list of other people. I don't care if you like me. I don't care if you don't. I don't care if you think I'm harsh. I don't care if you think I'm good. I don't care if you think I'm evil. If you are still supporting ADOS as led by these two magpies, is this what you thought you were signing up for? Puerto Rican and Latin studies and class, ethnicity and gender, environment economics and stratification economics. He works on innovative policy solutions to the pervasive inequality in the U.S. and abroad. Not a word in here about black people in case you didn't notice. Are you still backing these two morons? So you just gonna overlook all of this and say, well, sometimes you gotta promote the LGBT agenda to get some black empowerment. It'll help us indirectly. They'll help us indirectly. So the same people who told you after we said it, don't vote for Kamala Harris because she's talking about indirect benefits for black people, nothing direct. They now put together a study that he says, follow us. We've got the pathway to indirect benefits. It'll help everybody, but it will disproportionately benefit black people. I am not making this up. If you go to their website, and as a matter of fact here, I'll do you a solid right now in the chat room. I'll do you a solid. Let me break away what I'm doing. Let me post that in the chat room. I just put the link up in the chat room to the PDF of the report. If you're on your cell phones, it might be hard for you unless you have a newer phone, unless you listen to YouTube and serve at the same time. But there's the link to it. Now, if you will go to the page about entrepreneurship, if you go to that page, which is around page number 28, I believe it is. Let me go down a little bit. I've been jumping around so much. Page 31. If you go to page 31, and we're going to take our time on this one because this is what Hook, Jaw, and Tongue Tied have been selling. Now, if you all are going to sit here and tell me we need to work together on this, people, you're going to tell me we need to work together on this, you can go to hell. I'm not going to sit up here and work together on this. We need unity. If unity means empowering a non-black agenda, and because some of you are refusing to admit that you were wrong, you're refusing to admit that you were wrong, so you just gonna ride for them no matter if they lead you right into the very same burning house that they told you that they were gonna rescue you from. Everything that they told you 8 months ago, they were saying it before, whoa, you don't need to support Cory Booker. Now they're back with Cory Booker's agenda. Exactly what they claimed we wasn't gonna do. Exactly what they claimed wasn't gonna happen. Now, if you go to the report and go on page 31, it says myth number 6. Entrepreneurship has long been praised as a route to eliminate racial wealth inequality. Notice that word again, racial wealth inequality. As an adjunct to myth number 3, entrepreneurship has been identified as a path to the phantasm. For those who don't know what phantasm means, that means a ghost of black capitalism. For at least 3 decades, internet wealth gurus, black and white, have told people if they only left salaried employment and struck out on their own, they could get rich like the 19th century robber barons. The problem has neither been borne out by the evidence, nor is it proven to be accurate advice under current circumstances. Not all of the effects of successful large-scale entrepreneurship are salutary. It can also destabilize communities. Now listen to what they say next. They quote someone: "The most successful entrepreneurship is disruptive, a term entrepreneurs these days have donned as a magic mantle. Quote, we have a disruptive business model, a disruptive technology, and will disrupt the market," goes the startup pitch. Amazon has disrupted bookstores and other retail chains. Zipcar disrupted car rentals. Netflix is disrupting cinemas and cable companies. Airbnb disrupts hotels, and Bitcoin may disrupt the payment industry. But the meaning of disruptive was never meant to be pure and all positive. Its synonyms include troublemaking, disorderly, disturbing, unsettling, and upsetting. Eisenberg 2014. Now, first of all, that's inaccurate. Disruption is simply describing an effect, but somebody wants to be positive. But to sit up here and say, well, not all disruption is good. This is how desperate they are. That's like saying all money ain't good. Then why are we fighting white supremacy keeping us impoverished if all money ain't good? They go on to say, not only does successful large-scale entrepreneurship have a disrupting effect on existing businesses, that's what disruption is supposed to do, folks, it can accentuate the wealth divide between rich and poor. It often creates some of the worst social outcomes by grossly exacerbating rather than closing the racial wealth gap. Notice they didn't say black. Go back to racial again. They quote this Eisenberg again: "The problem is entrepreneurship when successful always leads to local income inequality." Not true, at least in the short and medium run. And ironically, the more successful the entrepreneurship, the more extreme the inequality. But on the negative, this all sounds like Marxism too, by the way. So for the folks who said I was wrong to say that these two twin morons were against capitalism, this report is rewording Marx. These guys are against capitalism. So exactly what are they trying to sell us? People, he said today, go listen and read the report. I'm reading to you from the report. This is socialism. This is communism. This is not capitalism. How the hell does this work for people? He's telling us that businesses won't help us, that businesses are a bad thing. Now, for his buddy Byron Allen, is this thing on? So, for his buddy Byron Allen, entrepreneurship makes him an authority to speak. For Byron Allen, you know, who got you on a leash, his entrepreneurship makes him an authority to speak. You're not criticizing him and saying that entrepreneurship isn't the answer. You said he needs to be there at the conference to talk about reparations. Okay, so when it's your buddy, capitalism is good. But when we look at you and say, okay, teach about capitalism, oh, no, capitalism is bad. For Byron Allen now, it's good, but capitalism is bad now. Now that we're looking at you for guidance. I'm not making this up. I'm not. This guy goes on to say, but on the negative side, the newly wealthy can now afford to bypass, for example, the local public school system or healthcare services if they don't think they're good enough, draining public institutions' vital resources. The wealth can also dramatically drive up the proximal cost of living. Properties will get reassessed, driving up taxes when neighbors pay millions for the house next door. The cost of some local services may also increase sharply, from cars to high-end restaurants to babysitting. So they're telling us that we all need to stay poor so that we can keep our property values low. Meanwhile, in Chinatown in New York City, Chinatown is directly next to the most expensive real estate on the planet. Chinatown in New York City, dominated by Asians. The whites got the financial district, and the Asians have got the property directly next to it. The most expensive real estate on earth is owned by white folk, and the Asians are right next to it. With these ignorant academics and their mush-mouth flunkies telling you that that don't work. It's working like gangbusters for the Asians. It's working like gangbusters for the Italians. It's working like gangbusters for the Jews, for the Germans, for the Slavs, for the Russians. But for us, all of a sudden, it ain't gonna work. It sounds like he's a financial failure who cannot teach you how to be an entrepreneur. So he's telling you nobody needs to be an entrepreneur. You all need to figure out how to get a government job. He thought this was like, brothers and sisters from around the world, we got 40 million black people in this country. There are 40 million black people in this country, and for those of you who think there are more black people than that, fine. Let's just say 50 or 60 million black people. Let's go with your science fiction number. The federal government has the means to employ 30 million black people, according to tongue-tied. The federal government, we need to all get a government job. For those of you who just joined us, let me go ahead and play that again since you're late getting here. You miss a hell of a whole lot when you're late getting here. According to them, we need to figure out how to get a government job. Don't believe me? He says everything else about entrepreneurship and making wealth is a myth. We need to be given something. Listen to what he says. We need to be given.
The cause of the racial wealth gap. Americans are their own worst enemy. Will close the racial wealth gap. Instead, we need policy that is transformative in imagination, such as racial reparations, baby bonds, or a federal jobs guarantee.
So there you go. Tongue-tied just told you that the answer is reparations or baby bonds or a federal job guarantee. Did you get that? Mm-hmm. Or a federal jobs guarantee. Or there are 40 million black people in America. Are there 20 million federal government jobs? This is the video that he just posted in response to me taking them to task for attacking Dr. Claude Anderson, people. This was their response. They attacked Dr. Claude Anderson today because they're jealous that people wanted to hear from him and not from them. They tried to lie and say that Dr. Claude Anderson, saying that there were all these Johnny-come-latelys to reparations and talking to them, they lied as if Dr. Claude Anderson knows who the hell they are. So they lied and said that, but guess what? They're telling you all reparations. This was today. People, the trick bag just got opened, folks. The trick bag just got exposed. If you're going to overlook this, get the hell out of here. You're too dumb to be here. You don't have to disavow being a descendant of slaves. You don't have a choice in that. But supporting these idiots? No. No. Absolutely not. No. Not going for it. And since this asshat sat up here and said, here, go ahead and read my, go ahead and take a look at the report that I was in the room of, but didn't actually do anything for. Somehow I figured out a way to get my name on it, but hell, I wouldn't want my name on something like this. Then you realize how far this mess is going. Then you realize how far they're going with it. It's like, okay, this isn't turning out so well. So the next thing they say in here is, I want to go down a little bit here. It says, in general, the net effect of entrepreneurship is to recycle an expanding, often an outrageously expanding circuit of wealth among members of an upper class of white players. In the 21st century, the number of persons coming from poverty, whether white or black, the number of persons coming from poverty, whether white or black, I'm reading from you from page 33 of their report. Whether white or black. So this report, if you thought I was just exaggerating, that this is not about helping black people, this is about minorities, and these two have been smuggled in by the Democrats to tell you that we don't talk about minority anymore. Now it's about people of color and race. It's a racial wealth gap. Now, Dr. Claude Anderson taught us, don't look for those code words, look for black. Ask if they're talking about black people. If they are, we go from there. If they're not, no. No. So he's telling you here, whether white or black, the number of persons coming from poverty, whether white or black, to enter the ranks of the super rich via entrepreneurship is infinitesimally small. When we compile the data, I know tongue-tied didn't do the addition on this, even those members of marginalized communities. This is page number 33 of the tongue-tied William Derry report. They said today they said you need to go read this. I'm reading it to you right now. Do you all hear all of this treasonous language? Black and white, black and Latino, marginalized communities. This is Kamala Harris, damn it! This is Kamala Harris being smuggled into you in the candy coating of A-dunks. Hook, jaw, and tongue-tied are sitting up here telling you that we need to focus. This is their plan. These are their peeps. This is what they're selling. No wonder they're attacking an absolutely indefatigable defender of black people like Dr. Claude Anderson. This is an unforgivable offense, and now you can see why. Now you see why they're saying it. But wait, I'm gonna keep going. Yes, as bad as this has been, I can keep going. They said when we compiled the data of those marginalized communities who managed to enter into entrepreneurship largely failed. This is due to a number of factors ranging from undercapitalization, limited market access or outright theft or destruction. Blacks are far less likely to own a business, and for blacks that do own a business, they have far less equity. Black business literally has been annihilated nearly as often as it is sprouted in America, dating back to the Tulsa Massacre in 1921. It happened way before then, but that just tells you people are full of nothing but cliches. The raising on the nation's historically prosperous black communities. In reality, the data paints a daunting picture for diversity in entrepreneurship. According to the U.S. Census Bureau survey of business owners, which is conducted every 5 years, over 90% of Latino and black firms. I'm reading from Tongue-Tied's report that he wanted his name on it the same way that Joe Biden wanted his name on the 1994 crime bill. Okay, I'm reading the report. I'm reading the report that Tongue-Tied says he was responsible for writing, even though he was a bit player. Read the report itself. The U.S. Census Bureau survey of small business owners, which is conducted every 5 years, over 90% of Latino and black firms do not have even one employee other than the owners. And then you see, you take a look at the list of the so-called authors of the report. Mushmouth irrelevant Antonio Crump is off by himself. And when you take a look at the white guys, oh man, the conversation very quickly went to non-black issues. I wonder why. Are you still caping for these two? I just got basic, just a really honest question. Are you still caping for these two? Are you somebody who is still caping for these two and pretending, well, Jason, that's just a part of it? A part of it? What the hell are you defending? What are you defending? So So these two get on the internet and talk about, we need to talk about just black folk when me and the new black media make the issue black folk. But then, as soon as you turn your back,
okay,
these two are telling you, oh, it's about black and Latino. It's about minorities. It's about racial groups. It's about marginalized communities. This is from the report that Tongue-Tied is taking responsibility for.
Wash your clothes, they ain't gonna worry about it.
It says the proportion of owner-only firms reaches a high of close to 98% for the subgroup of black female-led businesses. When blacks do own a business, the return to that business is lower than that of whites and falls well short of the racial wealth gap. So they're telling you again, don't worry about it. We got you here. It's a racial wealth gap. That's what we need to be focused on, is a racial wealth gap. Not a black one. You're still caping for this? That's the question I'm asking right now. I'm not setting this up. I'm not setting this up. They go on page 34. It says Austin 2016 went further, adding, if the number of people of color firms. Now this is page number 34 of Mushmouth Antonio Crump's the report that they allowed him to stand in the room and hand them the pencils while they wrote it, so he didn't try to take credit for it. Fine, we're gonna hang this around your neck. Page 34, I'm gonna repost the link to that report again. This is the report that he wants to take responsibility for writing. Page number 34. If the number of people of color firms were proportional to their distribution in the labor force, people of color would own 1.1 million more businesses with employees. These firms would add about 9 million jobs and about $300 billion in workers' income to the U.S. economy. Well, no information on black folk there, but this is Tongue-Tied's report. People, are you still falling for this? Are you still caping? He's broken his arm, patting himself on the back like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, taking credit for this report. I'm reading from the report. He dared me to read from it. I'm reading it. Did you all, when you were supporting ADOS, is this what you thought you were supporting? I've gone down the list. People of color, races, ethnicities, minorities, marginalized people, poor people. I've gone down the list of it. Did you think that this was what you were signing off on? He posted this today. He posted this video saying, check out my report today. Well, I checked it out today. This sounds like Kamala Harris and Cory Booker. It's not even subtle to say this is Democratic talking points anymore. Everything that Dr. Claude Anderson told us, all these trick bag terms, all in this report, he's saying the report's got documentation with, and it's littered with all these trick bag terms. Black people are marginalized, but then again, that shouldn't be very hard to believe, because after all, you were told from the beginning that this report is about the racial wealth gap and not the black wealth gap. And the white guys that they had there, this is their expertise. This is the expertise that they got. And he's so happy to be able to be counted among them. Here's their expertise. People, if you're still caping for them at this point, you're guilty of felony stupidity.
Man.
Now listen to what it says going on. I'm going to keep going now. Oh yes, you're getting upset because I'm going to keep going because he said read this. I'm reading it. Number 34. The myth about entrepreneurship will close the black wealth gap. People, it says, yet, even if blacks had the same business ownership rates as whites, the question of the scale and profitability of the business would still be an issue. How can you say that? None of you who wrote this report, none of you are entrepreneurs. All of you are academics. You're struggling academics. All of you have failed to be able to generate any type of reasonable or above average income. So a bunch of people who are struggling are trying to tell you all about how you can't build wealth. Although the report talks about closing the racial wealth gap, and the only thing they said is, well, maybe we can get the federal government to give guaranteed jobs. People, name for me a single government job or a single job anywhere that creates wealth. You might get lucky and be a stock trader, but that's going to be it. Name for me a job that creates wealth. Simple question. That's their suggestion to us, is that we need to get the federal government to give us jobs. This doesn't sound like this nigga don't know what wealth is. Now it goes on to say, if we narrowed the black-white difference in business ownership, it would not necessarily result in the reduction of black-white difference in the value of business. Brothers and sisters, if giving black people more businesses wouldn't result in more black wealth, then why is white supremacy bombed us, shot us, killed us, lynched us, terrorized us at every single turn in history to prevent us from doing it? If black entrepreneurship is not the answer, why is it their very report tells you, oh, by the way, they have targeted black businesses at every turn? If black business isn't the answer, why does white supremacy keep attacking it? This report makes absolutely no sense, but then again, to a tongue-tied ignoramus, I imagine this makes perfect sense. People, at some point, you're now arguing against yourself. This report is arguing against itself now. It just said that the reason black folk couldn't build business, why the Tulsa white supremacist racial uprising, the bombing of Black Wall Street, and then turns around and says, and even if you could do it, it wouldn't really matter. Well, if it didn't really matter, then why didn't the white folk just let us keep them? People, if black businesses wasn't gonna change anything, then why didn't white society let us keep them? Why are they trying to stop the turkey leg hut in Houston and Sylvia's and Sweet? Why are they trying to stop us everywhere we go if that's not the answer? If entrepreneurship is not the answer, why are they dedicated to stopping us? Why did they undermine Irv Gothi's attempt to put together Jay Prince and Suge Knight in the music distribution? Why? And then this nigga comes and tells us, y'all need to figure out how to be government employees. Oh no, let me go ahead and play that again. We need to figure out how to get a federal government job guarantee.
Formative in imagination, such as racial reparations, baby bonds, or a federal job guarantee. Instead, we need policy that is transformative in imagination, such as racial reparations, baby bonds, or a federal job guarantee.
So that's his solution. We don't need businesses. We need a federal jobs guarantee. From the government, he's going to put it in the hands of Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, but he got his face up her ass, so okay. Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, that's the United States federal government. This was posted today in response to me telling them, how dare you attack Dr. Claude Anderson? They said we can attack Claude Anderson because we got the solution. The solution is a federal jobs guarantee. They said we can attack Dr. Claude Anderson because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Black business in the hands of black people isn't the answer. The federal government, you know, the same federal government that put us in this damn mess, that's who we need to be relying on. This is what Mushmouth and Hookjaw been telling y'all. We need to do that. They put this up today in response to me. They put this up today. They said this today. Are there any of you who are still sitting up here caping for A-dunks? Talking about, well, some of the things they say are right. They're telling you, we're not going to lead you to black wealth. We're going to try to lead you to a jobs program in a nation where $15 an hour is the damn poverty line. The minimum wage is $7.25, but even if we doubled that, you're still at the poverty level. And they talking about, well, don't worry, we're going to get you a job. So I'm wrong for exposing this now? You gonna tell me that somebody telling you that the federal government's gonna employ 25 million black people, that's out of bounds? That's better strategy than building our own businesses? So he's telling you right now, people, does it all make sense to you now how it all connects? Does it make sense to you how it all connects now?
Okay.
All of this vote Democrat down ballot. No, we don't need our own businesses. Y'all need to stop talking about getting your own businesses. We need to invest in the structure. People, does it all make sense now? Does it make sense? When you read the report and see what their thoughts really are, does it make sense to you now? DACA. And LGBT, back Byron Allen, who hasn't said a word about ADOS. If Byron Allen is somebody we're supposed to support, why isn't your best buddy, Byron Allen, why isn't he talking about ADOS? Am I wrong for pointing that out? You think you're going to criticize Dr. Claude Anderson? If Byron Allen was a stand-up dude, why isn't Byron the billionaire? He's not really a billionaire either. People stop saying he's a billionaire. The Weather Channel was purchased for $300 million. How the hell does that make you a billionaire? When does $300 million equal a billion? Get the hell out of here. In any case, tongue-tied can't count. I know, breaking news. Byron the billionaire Allen, EOS, but we're going to go cape for him? What the hell kind of rent-a-mob mentality is that? Now, on page 34 of this report that Tongue-Tied told us to read today, because this was his credentials to criticize and insult Dr. Claude Anderson, it says, whites, for example, are more likely than any other racial or ethnic group to be business owners. 12% of whites are entrepreneurs compared to 11% of Asians, 8% of Latinos, and 6% of blacks. For the 8 and 6% of Latinos and blacks, this report they put together keeps referencing Latinos and blacks, people. For the 8 and 6% of Latinos and blacks that respectively engage in business ownership, the median net worth of black $91,500 and Hispanic $81,391 business owners in each of over 10 times higher than the median net worth, inclusive of home equity, of black and Hispanics generally. $91,500 versus $7,113 to $81,391 versus $8,113 respectively. While entrepreneurship clearly provides increased wealth outcomes to people of color, how many times we quoted people of color, a tremendous wealth gap remains. The median net worth of black and Latino households is still less than a third of the median overall net worth of white business owners.
No comment.
So once again, we come back to those words. Once again, they keep talking about blacks and Latinos. Once again, they keep talking about everything except our issues. It's not accidental. It's not an accident that that keeps happening. Now, here's the damning part. As a matter of fact, I am going to put this together right now. I'm going to make a screenshot of this right now because I want to show you all. I was in such a hurry to get on tonight. I didn't show this to you. But I'm going to do this now. All right. I want you to go now, if you're reading on the report, turn with me on the report to page 4. I want you to go to page 4 of Tone Talk's report on racial, what's wrong with the racial wealth gap. I want you to take a look at this page for yourselves. Go to page 4. Now, page 4 is the introduction to their report, where they're talking about the myths of what's caused, quote, racial inequality. In the middle of their page number 4, you see it says, now this is the introduction. Our report indicates that closing the racial wealth gap requires an accurate assessment of the causes of the disparity and imaginative action to produce systemic reform and lasting change. Now listen to this. Addressing racial wealth inequality will require a major redistributive effort or another major public policy intervention to build Black American wealth. This is their Kamala Harris language, this could take the form of a direct race-specific initiative like a dramatic reparations program tied to compensation for the legacies of slavery and Jim Crow, and or an initiative that addresses the perniciousness of wealth inequality for the entire American population, which could disproportionately benefit Black Americans due to their exceptionally low wealth levels of wealth. If you're still supporting Tone and Yvette tonight, you're a worldwide universal dumbass. Get the hell out of here. If you're still supporting them tonight, everything that they told you they were criticizing Kamala Harris for, he just put out a report telling the exact same damn thing. Baby bonds, racial wealth, minorities, people of color, all Americans disproportionately benefits Black people. Exactly what he told you he was allegedly criticizing Kamala Harris and Cory Booker for. He just put out a report that said the exact same damn thing and said, this is the answer. You're damn right. You ain't got a leg to stand on to criticize the majesty of Dr. Claude Anderson. A down-and-out bum-ass pretends to be an attorney who doesn't even have the law offices of Anonymous International. He doesn't have a phone number or an address, so if you want to hire him, you can't do it. He's such a keen legal mind that he's not involved in any litigation for reparations whatsoever. And then Hookjaw, whose credit report is so damn screwed up it looks like the murder rap for Charles Manson. So you got two individuals who don't have enough economic viability to qualify for a payday loan, telling the rest of us what we don't need. These two economic failures of monumental proportions who couldn't loan you $20 if you needed it are trying to tell us what we need to be doing, and then when you go read their report, I'll be damned. If you can't see it clearly enough, I'll zoom in for you. There it is, right there in the middle. Am I making it up? Page number 4. You want unity with this? Is this what that referring to? Is this the Jason, don't be divisive with this? This nigga is the economic Sheriff David Clark. This guy is the Sheriff David Clark of economics, people. And you think I'm going to co-sign this? You think I'm going along with this? You think I'm going to sit up here and try to play dumb and have cognitive dissonance with this? I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that game. This is their racial wealth strategy. You just saw it for yourselves. It's in there. And by the way, the more you keep reading, the worse it gets. The more you keep reading, the worse it gets. Notice I stopped halfway through. Want me to keep going? I want to play for you a little tune. Want to hear it? This could take the form of direct race-specific initiative like a dramatic reparations program tied to compensation for the legacies of slavery and Jim Crow, and or an initiative that addresses the perniciousness of wealth inequality for the entire American population, which could disproportionately benefit Black Americans due to their exceptionally low levels of wealth. Indeed, the two strategies, reparations for America's record of racial injustice or the provision of the equivalent of a substantial trust fund for every wealth-poor American, need not be mutually exclusive. Now, is there anybody trying to say that Tone Talks and Yvette Carnell and ADOS are not trying to sell us the Democratic Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, Bernie Sanders bait and switch? This ain't about reparations any damn more. This is a bait and switch. And I guess that this ignorant, illiterate baboon didn't figure that somebody would actually read the report he put out, or at least that he's trying to put his name on. Well, I read it. You see, you're too ignorant and illiterate, tongue-tied, to read H.R. 40 or the Civil Rights Act of 1866 or any other law for that matter. I didn't just read the laws, I read your report, and you figured that people wouldn't do it. You figured nobody would actually read it because it would be so banal and ignorant. I want you to understand, folks, this is it here. If you actually read this thing, it has got every single white liberal bait and switch code word in here. People of color, underprivileged communities, underdeveloped, Black and brown, Black and white, disproportionately benefits Black people. But he spent the last year trying to pass off the fraud that was what he was against. And every time we caught him doing it, he'd try to pivot and say, oh, no, that's not really what I meant. Well, this is his report now. Would you all like to ask him, hey, dude, why are you using Kamala Harris's talking points? This was the report that he put up today. In the video that he put up today to try to justify attacking Dr. Claude Anderson for saying that we need businesses. Now, I want to ask you all right now, who the hell are you rolling with? Brothers and sisters from around the world, who in the hell are you rolling with? That's all I want to know right now. I've just run down the resumes. Who the hell are you going to roll with? All I want to know is who's going to ride for an elder warrior scholar like Dr. Claude Anderson, who has proven it. Or these two socioeconomic, monumental, historical failures. You're an attorney who's never filed a lawsuit on behalf of reparations. What good is your degree? I'm watching Kirsten Clark. I follow her on Twitter. This woman's filing lawsuits all over the damn place. Half of them I disagree with, but she's filing lawsuits for Black folk. This dude claims to be an attorney, ain't filed nothing. He's criticizing Claude Anderson, talking about Claude Anderson has a PhD in education and not economics. Well, guess what, buddy? Neither does Byron Allen, and neither do you. You don't have one in economics. Why in the hell would we listen to you? You ain't got a boot to piss in, a window to toss it out of, or a bum to sling it on. What in the hell makes this clown show think they could talk? Let me tell y'all something about Dr. Claude Anderson. Seven years ago, when a young man wanted to come through and wanted to see him, called him up out of nowhere, had read the man for years and years, called him up and said, I'm putting together a documentary, I want to have you in it. Will you talk to us? He said, come on up. You have to come out to the fish farm, though. It's way out in the boonies, but you got to come to the fish farm. I said, I'll be there. I interviewed this man. I've never said what I'm about to say tonight. I've never said this. Dr. Anderson agreed to give me a couple of hours of his time. He did. He was gracious. He gave me a tour of the facility and everything. But he was really kind of anxious to wrap up the interview at the end. In the middle of the interview, he wound up taking a phone call. He ignored the others. There was one phone call that he stopped and said, I gotta take this. He took the phone call very quickly. We gotta wrap this up. When he finally did end the interview, because I could have talked to him forever, there was a man at the front door. I won't say who he was, but I will say that he was a high-ranking politician. And when the man came through the door, Dr. Anderson introduced me to this man. And the man told me, you're really good to be here. It's really great. Me and Dr. Anderson have been working on a lawsuit to get reparations. We've been working on that. These treaties that they have not been upholding for black folk. We've been working on that. This wasn't no guy who used to be a politician. He was still there. I never told you all this. When I filmed 7 a.m., this was somebody Dr. Anderson was already speaking with, already moving with, already getting things going with. Then, I'm not going to say who it was. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say who it was. But this was a high-ranking politician that Dr. Anderson had been talking to, and to this day, I don't think publicly it's been disclosed to this day, but I was sitting there witnessing it. Why do I call him the real damn thing? Because I witnessed it. I saw it for myself and I witnessed it. Dr. Claude Anderson has been on the case the whole damn time. Not somebody who just drops out of the damn ceiling one day because the Democrats parachuted them into town. Dr. Claude Anderson had been talking about reparations before the rest of us, before YouTube was created. When this nigga was still taking repeat remedial courses in high school, Dr. Claude Anderson been on the case. He's been on it. How the hell is somebody gonna sit up here and question this man's credentials when he been doing this summers and winters when most of us were still in middle school? And you're gonna try to come along now and pretend that this is a conversation that you started and you have standing? I would say that you have to earn the right to criticize Dr. Claude Anderson, because I looked at your credentials and his, and there's simply no comparison. But man, that would just be a joke of cosmic proportions. Dr. Claude Anderson has been on it and been about it. For somebody to try to keep dirt on his name and try to talk about what arrangements between him and the bank, you don't know what the hell happened? This man was moving numbers that you will never be able to hope to do in your life while you're sleeping in your damn mama's basement, hook jaw. No wonder you're jealous as hell. You're not just mad and hating, you're jealous. And I'm sick of having jealous people sitting around me and trying to co-sign that. I look for people who have produced. And you got two people here who couldn't qualify for a $5 blow pop loan. Trying to criticize somebody. I'm sitting there at the place and I'm watching vehicles coming and going. I toured the whole damn thing. For those of you who saw my documentary 7 a.m., you can see that was just one building. You saw how big that damn thing was. You saw how many vats for fish he had in there. And I'm telling you, they were all on and they were all working. They were all on, they were all working, they all had fish in them, all of them. All of them. You trying to criticize somebody who lost millions of dollars? Meanwhile, there's two niggas who couldn't loan you $3 if their life was on the line, and you got the standing to criticize him? When you literally never produced anything in your life but hot air. That's the only thing in this world you ever produced. But we're going to listen to you? That's what we're going to do? At some point, people, we start to become caricatures of ourselves. When you lack standards and lack standing. But tonight is damn me it. This is it. It is time to retire these two traitorous bastards to the trash heap of history. They need to go the way of Black Lives Matter, DeRay McKesson, Nessa, and the rest of them. Does anybody remember them? Anybody remember Black Lives Matter today? Does anybody remember how that went? Because there used to be a thing called that, and then we got them moved out the way too. The Democrats are gonna keep trying to send flunkies our way. They're gonna keep trying to send operatives our way. I told you all this before. They're gonna try to dress up people in our clothing and tell you that these interlopers and infiltrators represent the people. And then when you watch what they do, you realize, oh hell, they're just selling us the Democrats' talking points. They just told us that they disagree and that the Democrats' talking points are wrong, and then they turned right around and sold you that which they claimed that they were against. No more playing dumb. I ain't got nothing else to say except if you want to sit up here and talk about it, let's go take a look at your report. You don't have to debate me. I won't debate you. But I will say one thing real quick right here. I will say one thing real quick. I couldn't help but notice that between Tongue-Tied, Yvette, and Byron Allen, 2/3 of the people in the room got a white woman in their mouths. And I couldn't help but notice that so much of this seemed to be self-serving. Because when it comes down to black folk who are doing this on their own, when it comes to black folk doing it on their own, the room looks a little different than it does with the other folks trying to build these universal coalitions. I ain't trying to build coalitions. So I couldn't help but notice that so many of these troublemakers are sitting here with a non-black female and couldn't help but notice that they keep so much havoc and so much mess going. Oh, am I making that up too? Am I making it up too? Read on your screens, people, if you support Tongue-Tied and Shevette, This is what you are supporting. This is from page 4. And if you're late just showing up here, what the hell you been doing? I've been reading their damn report tonight so you can see, by the way, this is what you're buying. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see this is what they are selling you. That after all these lies of telling people that this is about black and that the problem with Kamala Harris is she wasn't specifically speaking about black, and the problem with Cory Booker is he talking about indirectly, and then Sandy Darity, who they claim that Cory Booker got the baby bonds idea from. Surprise, surprise, Sandy Darity doesn't want anything to do with entrepreneurship. He's looking for government handouts, a government program, and oh yeah, he wants it to be for everybody. He wants it to be for everybody. This is what Tone Talks, Yvette, and their ADOS political organization is championing right here on your screen. This is a report that Tongue-Tied told us to go and take a look at. Well, I took your advice, Tongue-Tied. I'm sure you mad as hell about that right now, but I took your advice. I have no problem with it. I took your advice here. Let me go ahead and play it since you asked for it.
We'll close the racial wealth gap. Instead, we need policy that is transformative in imagination, such as racial reparations, baby bonds, or a federal job guarantee. Learn more by reading the full report today.
Well, I read it. Well, I read it. I read it. You all heard it tonight. It ain't nothing nice. I just want to know who's still riding for this guy after you saw this. Who's still riding? Who's still riding? I want to know who's still giving this a pass. People, this is the report that he just told you. Read our report. There it is on your screen, right there. Addressing the racial wealth gap will require a major redistributive effort. This could take the form of a direct race-specific initiative like a dramatic reparations program tied to compensation for the legacies of slavery and Jim Crow, and or an initiative that addresses the perniciousness of wealth equality for the entire American population, which could disproportionately benefit black Americans due to their exceptionally low levels of wealth. Brothers and sisters from around the world, this nigga talking about he's willing to settle for exactly what he told you we shouldn't vote for Kamala for, at least at first, because he was camping for her too. But he now, when you get the report, Kamala's out the race, but he's still selling Kamala Harris's indirect, disproportionate, trickle-down economics for black folk. Kamala's out the race, but Tongue-Tied is still selling her campaign platform. I want to know which of y'all is still falling for this. It could disproportionately benefit black people. It could. Now, which one are you gonna bet your chips on, people? A federal job guarantee controlled by Donald Trump and Mitt Romney and Mike Pence? Oh yeah, and your white Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden. So Tongue-Tied is telling us that we need to leave our fates up to the federal government. Don't worry, the federal government will take care of you. This is a nigga who ain't never took care of himself or provided above average lifestyle to a woman. She ain't got nothing to look forward to. Maybe that's why you're rolling with Yvette. You found a woman who ain't gonna expect nothing of you. Oh, I went there. I went there with roller skates. He finally found a woman who would tolerate his lack of productivity. You all saw what Dr. Claude Anderson has done in my documentary 7 a.m. That's what his woman has come to expect. This nigga is pipe dreaming. Do any of you really seriously believe that the federal government of the United States is going to create a federal jobs guarantee. Do you really believe that? With this nigga talking about black and Latino, or that they'll settle for something for all Americans. If I'm making this up, tell me what the better explanation is. He's literally made a video talking about it would be better if the federal government gives us a job guarantee. You all really think that's ever going to occur? Is that realistic? Or is this sitting in your mama's basement hitting the bong talk? This nigga's on the pipe, and him and Lockjaw are sitting around. You know, but we really need chicken baby is a federal job guarantee. They getting pissed. That's how white folks build wealth. They build wealth. They build wealth by jobs. Chicken baby. That's right. I'll just betting on the chicken stuff every day. If you expand your imagination, imagination.
We don't talk on shows.
Imagination.
Basketball player back there.
Yeah, Nick dead.
And he retired. That's kind of cocky, isn't it?
Antonio, open the damn door!
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. The landlord again. Hey. Brothers and sisters from around the world, is this what you thought? No. Sometime she bet. And it does. Is this on your screen? Is this what you thought? Because this is what just out today. This video just posted today. So you go check out this report. They did this today. They did it today. Today. This is up-to-date information. I want to ask you all, does this on your screen sound like a viable option? Or does Dr. Paul Anderson saying that we will turn night and build a black economy? Which one of those sound more sensible? Now, the problem is so many incarcerated black people. Prison battle actually will suffice or substitute for actual logical thought. There are a bunch of people with jailbird babble and marijuana bong babble who will sit here and say that what you see in your screen is actually peaceful. And I'm just asking you all a question. It doesn't matter whether you think I'm a good guy, a bad guy, whether you think I'm caustic, whether you hate when I say bastard, baby makers, hoes, sluts, single mayonnaise. It doesn't matter if you look weird or something like that. I'm asking you one question. For those of you who support ADOS, now I'm talking about T's and Sheila. For those of you who support them, you have to get this on this screen. Is this on your screen what you thought you were supposed to do?
I doubt it very
What you
seriously.
signed up for? Because up until now, we've been told that no, that is not it. Up until now, we were told that all of that indirect talk, the Breakfast Club interviews, Kamala Harris, Cory Booker, and Bernie Sanders, oh, you can't go with that. Remember? Remember? We were told you can't do that. We were told that's no good. We were told that's what they were saying then. Now, we get just a few months down the line, and all of a sudden, things that they claimed they were not doing, that they didn't stand for, that they didn't approve, that they claimed they were doing, Now, we need to look out for all Americans. Reparations is okay, but we will settle for something that helps all Americans, even if it disproportionately benefits black people. Well, we'll take that too. Do you really think that is that what you all are saying for is bait and switch? Is that what you all are? And do you really think that that is more valuable and has more credibility than Dr. Claude Anderson? Seriously? Dr. Claude Anderson can teach you how to qualify for a bill.
Bless you.
Dr. Claude Anderson can teach you that. These folk on the screen, none of them qualify for that if their lives were on. All of them put together could not qualify for as much money as Dr. Claude Anderson. And these two couldn't qualify. Fool the rest of the world that their Democratic path simply not being asked themselves. Somehow have all of our business. Brothers and sisters around the world, these are Kamala Harris right here. Repackaged by Antonio Moore, Yvette Carnell, and Sandy Darden. They have, this is the Democratic Party's platform, that bait and switch on reparations. Reparations that give you no reparations. In a report telling you this is how you close the racial wealth gap by not getting reparations. Now, this isn't me saying it. This is their report saying it. Now, I know there's some of you who were abused physically and otherwise by some of your relatives or your parents. I know that it won't matter to you. Being lied to and abused doesn't bother you, unless it's somebody telling you it's the wrong thing and it upsets you. But for everybody else, I've been it tonight. And you know, right now, I'm not doing the black Ayatollah thing. I am not going left on it. I'm not doing any of the things you might ordinarily say. I'm doing this in a way that it's clear to you here. Hey, I'm just telling you what's happening. I'm just telling you what's happening. Somebody tell me this is their report. This is their report. And what are they doing? Simple questions here. Is this what you thought you were signing up for if you are still caving for Tweedledum and Tweedledummer? Well, on the page is from the report. There it is. We did Malcolm and Martin and Medgar and Marcus Garvey. We did them horrible disservice by not riding for them. Because in black society, there's a faction of people who are so used to being lied to that they'll even jump up in this chat room tonight, and even after seeing all this, Jason, you wrong, Jason, you trash. These people are sitting here handing you Kamala Harris talking points. You came to ADOS claiming that you were against those talking points. I'm showing you where this is what they're offering you. You're wrong for that. And this is the moment. I need everybody within the sound of my voice. This is the moment. This is the time. This is the calling. This is the challenge of our generation. When I told you a decade ago that we have to thin the herd, that the people who walked into 2017 with us might not walk into 2018, and the people who walked into 2018 might not walk into 2019, and the people who walked into 2019 ain't gonna walk into 2020. And this is it. So right now we are going to distinguish. You're right, Jason, you're being divisive. You damn right, I am here to divide. I did not come to bring peace. I'm not here to watch black people suffer peacefully. I came to bring conflict. I have come to bring war against white supremacist puppets trying to pass off a fraud. And I'm calling each and every one of you to lift up your swords and ride with me. If we don't ride for Dr. Claude Anderson, then who in the hell do we ride for? If we aren't going to sit up here and go at it for Dr. Anderson, who the hell we going to do it for? Skip Gates? Sandy Darity? Michael Eric Dyson? Cornel West? Obama? If we ain't going to ride for a real one like Dr. Anderson, then let me say this in no uncertain terms. If we refuse to defend Dr. Claude Anderson, then we do not deserve to be free. Let me say that in no uncertain terms. If we refuse to ride for Dr. Claude Anderson, we don't deserve freedom. We don't deserve it. We don't. Our parents and grandparents, our grandparents dropped the damn ball and didn't ride for Marcus Garvey. They didn't ride for it. Your parents didn't ride for Malcolm, didn't ride for Martin, didn't ride for Medgar, didn't ride for Huey, didn't ride for Fred Hampton. Now in our generation, understand something. For the previous generations, refusing to ride for the real ones cost you. It cost you convenience. But if we refuse to ride, it will cost us our lives. The stakes and the consequences for us are far different than they were for previous generations. If we don't ride, we die. People, y'all have heard me mention some folks that I never mention again. I stay solid for Dr. Anderson. Because Dr. Anderson's the real thing. And when I see two frauds who have been pumped up and propped up by the white supremacist establishment to attempt to do what we predicted would happen, to attempt to hijack the agenda and tell black people, yeah, we need reparations. That's right, reparations, that's right, NUS, that's right, reparations, right. And reparations is a government job. Yeah, reparations is a guaranteed government job. How many times has the federal government guaranteed us jobs before?
I'm just taking them away.
No, we need some stuff that we own. We need something that we own.
He was on Sunday morning.
Entrepreneurship worked out for every damn body else.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Claude Anderson's message works.
Vengeance.
I got people every week who call up and tell you that it works. Are we going to listen to two failures or are we going to listen to a bona fide success? And if we forsake Dr. Anderson, anybody talking about they support these two ass clowns over Dr. Anderson, I just want you all to tell me what should be the consequences for disrespecting a legitimate icon. And the answer to that question is going to determine if you deserve survival. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm riding.
What's wrong?
I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm putting it all on the line. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm drawing the line here. I'm drawing the line here. You sit up here and talk about the 300 and Braveheart and whatnot. We need the Zulu. And the first thing that you do is what Shaka did, you clean house on the inside. You got frauds and And so when you see someone like a Dr. Francis Cress Welsing being attacked, you're supposed to call the banners, you're supposed to rally the troops, you're supposed to ride. And you're supposed to make an example of whoever attempted to assault you, because these are your icons. People, let me be very clear about this. These are your icons. If you don't know the difference between the icons who are for you and those who are not, you don't deserve to survive. These are your icons. I did not agree with everything that Dr. King said, but he was one of our icons.
I ride for that.
I ride for that. I don't agree with everything that Brother Neely Fuller has posited, but he's one of our icons. I ride for that. I don't agree with everything that Dr. John Henry Clark has said. You all know I worship at the altar of Dr. Clark. I didn't agree with everything that he said, but if Dr. John Henry Clark never would have thought to jump up and tell you all we need to do something for all Americans, that's the reason I ride for him. If he had ever demonstrated that that was not who he was, it'd be a different story. I know who I ride for. I want to know who's riding with me. I also want to know who in the hell it is who's still over there on the side of our enemies, both from without and from within. I want to know who is still carrying the water for the traitors. That's what I want to know. I want to know who's still apologizing and caping and trying to cover up and play defense attorney for the traitors. That's what I want to know. I want to know who's with us. It's not.
A couple years ago, that black guy was saying I'm Korean and it freaked all the people out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
Now who's with me?
Yeah.
If you're new here to the Black Channel, welcome. This has been a special Christmas edition or non-Christmas edition. We do this every year, every holiday, every time, because white supremacy does not take a holiday, neither do we. Either against white supremacy or their internet puppets. And understand something. The last 50 years, if I have anything to say about it, you will find that the last 50 years were far kinder to you than mine is going to be. Let's be very clear about that. If you are new here to the Black Channel, click the subscribe button, click the yellow notification bell so that you can join us every week, every time. If you're not a member of my Facebook group, the official Jason Black group, you want to go there and you want to join, be a part of that.
Talking about them not merely in a Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked about the role of the bastard as a factor in world history. Now, when we're talking about bastards, we need to make sure that we are talking about them not merely in a biological sense. That's the most obvious context, but it's not the only one. And certainly when we start talking about the control of people over spaces and time, biology is just a small part of the equation. You also have political bastards and social bastards. And that is exactly the reason why those of us who are the descendants of America's slaves happen to make it clear that we're not trucking with that whole immigration thing. That ain't got a damn thing to do with us. This is going to be a rather hard conversation to have. Not hard in the sense of difficult, but hard in the sense of severe. Now, I think I need to say from the outset that I'm going to be making a couple of generalizations. Naturally, this is not meant to say 100%. There's no real such thing as 100% of anything except for 100% dead. But this is meant to say that there is an overwhelming majority of individuals, a contingent, that we're going to be referring to. I'm going to be making some sweeping generalizations regarding immigration and immigrants in general. And yes, this is going to also include the ones who happen to be African immigrants. We're talking about, when I say African, I'm not meaning simply from the continent. I'm talking about anybody outside the continental United States. This is going to be a hard conversation, but it's one that needs to be had because this is going to be defining the context of all of our conversations. It's going to be defining the discourse going forward. When we talk about hitting the reset button, those of us who are the descendants of America's slaves, hitting the reset button, what that means is we're going to be resetting what everyone should expect from us, because there's a lot of things we've been thinking, a lot of things we've been saying, a lot of things that we've been feeling and knowing to be true, but we haven't been saying it. And we've conditioned people to believe, oh, black folks, they're just fine with everybody else being allowed to eat off of their contributions, and we're not. And we need to make that clear. And we're going to start by debunking these would-be black spokespeople for us, who the white media, because white media is the propaganda arm of white supremacy. You got these mulattoes and these immigrants who are going to be speaking for us. And the mulattoes, in many cases, are themselves immigrants. So you've basically got one group that is not in the tank for the descendants of America's slaves. And then you've got compounded with another group who are not. That's white supremacy stacking the deck. You've got one group of political and social bastards compounded by another. And that's deliberate. Imagine if you had a group of people who you wanted to get rid of, because politically these people are a liability for you. They're on guard against you, however, because you've been attacking them for 500 years straight. I mean, you can't just go in on them and destroy them outright. You'd like to, but you would have to have a politically acceptable reason, and every time you try, whether it's right after the Civil War or the 1960s or before that, just before World War I and then afterwards, or what we've been going through now with this latest race war, every time that they try, we're finally going to finish those niggers off. Well, it doesn't go according to plan, and the rest of the world looks and goes, you white supremacists in the United States, you're just a bunch of savages, so it becomes a problem. So what you need is you need to strangle this target group over time. Hey, you're willing to wait. You got all this luxury. You got all these resources stockpiled, so you can afford to wait for the payoff. But you also need to make it look like you didn't do it. So you bring in some other group of people, or better yet, group of peoples, multiple groups of people, so that you can say, well, can you really? It's not like we've brought in one specific group to do them in. Why just all these other? If these guys were really so aggrieved, how come these other groups aren't having those problems while you're busy floating loans to these immigrants, while you're busy giving them grants, and you also make sure that you're picking people who already had a good education in their home country so that they show up, hit the ground running because they had all of these advantages from the jump. Meanwhile, black people, on the other hand, are subjected to a relentless, never-ending, hyper-aggressive deprivation of resources. Attacked across the board. The infrastructure is weaponized. The economy is weaponized. The law is weaponized against them. Oh, you got somebody who's descended from America's slaves? Well, these guys are a problem. On the other hand, you got some biracial chump with a Kenyan father who didn't even stick around. Well, he's all right. Because, we know that he's not going to be holding a grudge about that whole slavery thing. It's a political operation. These immigrants being brought in, particularly the foreign-born black immigrants being brought in, these guys are part of that political plan, whether they wish to admit to that or not. And while not every single one of them is on board with it, let's be bluntly honest here, most of them are. And no, you are not going to tell me that I need to go ahead and sift through every single one. This is not me necessarily making some unjust generalization. That's pattern recognition, because we've been seeing it across the board, not just in the Deep South, not just in the Midwest, not just in the East Coast, not just the West Coast, but it's been across the board. Now, much of that has been because white supremacy gets to vet whoever they let in, so they make sure you got on the tap dance shoes, and that you make sure you got an empty plate so you're advertising, I am looking for butter biscuits. Will that dance for butter biscuits? Okay, we get that. But another part of it happens to be there are some inherent issues that some of these foreign-born blacks have before they even show up. A little bit of insecurity, a little bit of, dare I say it, inferiority complex. Because if you look at who has defined what the global consciousness thinks of as black for the last 150 years, it's been just one group of people. The descendants of America's slaves. That's who it is. Nobody else. Name for me one Afro-Brazilian of note. Yeah, Brazil's got more black people than anywhere else outside of Africa, but name them for me. And yes, there are plenty of Africans who are in India, but can you name any for me? Can you give me any names? And when it comes to Africa itself, basically you only know Nelson Mandela. That's it. If you're an African scholar who actually looks at history, you might be able to name Haile Selassie and a couple others, but let's be honest here. The ones that you're naming are dead. And many of them, the last time that anybody mentioned them was like 100 years ago. Can you name something more recent? This is something that bothers them because as far as they're concerned, for a lot of them especially, there's something that immigrants in particular have. Part of the reason that they have trouble letting go of whatever their home culture is because it's pride. They have to admit that the places that they came from are essentially failures. If they weren't failures, you wouldn't have left. Or they have to admit that there was a failure of citizenship, a failure of character on their part. Otherwise, they would have stayed and said, no matter the odds, no matter the hardship, I'm going to build this place up. But they didn't do that. They decided to leave. Now, I'm not going to knock them for the leaving part. At the end of the day, people leave for a multitude of reasons. But if you had to leave the place that you were at, and you didn't decide to dig in your heels, that means your roots weren't so deep. Be honest about that part. It also means that you didn't think of home as being worth building up. Be honest about that. Okay, fine. You decided you wanted to switch teams because the team that you were on apparently wasn't winning fast enough for your tastes. But when you show up somewhere else and you decide that you're going to dump on the place that you're at, especially the individuals who happen to pave the road that you're walking, then that is a problem. We go beyond a mere failure of character. We go to somebody who is a failure as a human being. White supremacy has made it their MO to import in all sorts of people who are going to flood the descendants of slaves. And this gives you cover to say, well, these black people no longer matter. That was a big deal 15 years ago when the white media started saying that Hispanics have surpassed African Americans in the population. That was them saying, well, basically, we're advertising to you black people that anything you have to say isn't important, as if they were tripping all over their shoelaces for us in the first place. But we see how long that lasted. We see how long black people remained irrelevant. The white media was celebrating, basically saying, now we don't have to hear anything you descendants of slaves have to say. Yeah, we see how that worked out. Ain't nobody heard from us very much lately, have they? What they meant to say was that the truths that black people have been saying, the truth that we represent no longer matters. And they have a phalanx of bought and paid for bootlicks and professional white ass kissers. Roland, Reed, and Rye are just three of them. But you got these clowns, and all of them have very recent immigrant roots. People like Issa Rae, very recent immigrant roots. That is no coincidence. White supremacy chose them for a reason. And yet, even the ones like Angela Rye are mulattoes, but the truth of the matter is, as far as she's concerned, she ain't like the black folks in the United States. Not the ones descended from American slaves. She ain't like them. She's smarter than them. Better than them. That's the way that she sees it. And it's her job to lead these poor, ignorant folks. After all, they're just a bunch of barefoot, washfoot bastards who just walked off a sharecropper's farm yesterday. That's how Angela Rye sees things. And that's how Roly-Poly with his Haitian behind sees things. And that's how Joy Reid with her Jamaican God knows what ancestors sees things. That's how they see things. That's how they see us. They wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for us. They damn sure wouldn't have their positions if it wasn't for us. Even if the white media wasn't a digital clavern, these clowns are only in their position because white media needs them to try to lie to us. So they wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for us, no matter how you look at it. Angela Rye wouldn't have a damn thing if it hadn't been for Amber Phillips deciding to run her mouth. And yet, look what their reaction has been, this hostility. Angela Rye took it upon herself to say that She can't understand why it is that black folks don't understand that all black folks are immigrants. No white politician would ever say that. You can't think of any white politician who's ever said that, can you? There hasn't even been a Democrat who's tried to say that. Hell, you haven't even had any of these fuzzy-headed liberals who have tried to say that. So you don't have any liberals saying it. You don't have any Democrats saying it. You don't have any left-wingers saying it, but Angela Rye said that. Now, you know that she's nothing more than a sock puppet with white supremacists, with the left-wing white supremacist hands up her booty behind. You know that. She just says what they want her to say. So those words came from them, didn't come from her. She ain't got a thought in that empty head of hers. I wouldn't give her that much credit. So she's saying what her white handlers want her to say, which is black people need to get behind this immigration thing. Yeah, let's prioritize everyone else's interests except ours. That's what it is. We have to balance the taken with the given. That's what we're going to do on this immigration thing. Oh, what do you think about immigration? Well, I support immigration to the extent that the immigrants have supported us. I see a lot that they've taken from us. I see a lot how they've benefited from us. But when I look to see what it is that we've gotten in return, nothing. Oh, I see how they insult us. That I definitely see. But when I look to see how it is where they show respect, not at all. Oh, except when white supremacists got us put up their behinds, then all of a sudden they're trying to figure out how to swing off of our coattails. Then all of a sudden they're trying to get white supremacy off of them. We have been protecting these immigrants for the longest time. Amadou Diallo was not one of us, but we stuck up for him. Abner Louima was not one of us, but we stuck up for him. Patrick Dorismond was not one of us, but we stuck up for him. Akai Gurley was not one of us, but we stuck up for him. There's a number of these guys, these foreign-born blacks or these recent immigrants, first or second generation, who have been wronged by white supremacy, and those of us who were the descendants of slaves, we stuck up for them. The children of America's slaves stuck up for them. But how many times did they return the favor? Let's just be honest here, because we can't change the situation until we first admit that there's a situation that requires changing. All this stuff about trying to flood the descendants of slaves with as many pliable, flexible, obedient immigrants as possible, this plan's been in the offing for over a century. Marcus Garvey talked about it. The flood of European migrants at the turn of the 20th century, it wasn't because American manufacturing needed labor. They had plenty of labor. It was because the white population needed to import some reinforcements. Black numbers as a percentage were on the rise, the white numbers were in decline, and this was before World War II. Now, what we're doing as the black people who are descended from slaves, we're instituting a political litmus test. And it is one meant to benefit us because everybody else has been eating off of us and benefiting from us, and they have not been returning the favor. So what's happening is, yes, there is indeed a hardening, a coarsening of our standpoint toward everyone else because we've given them every chance that there is. For over 130 years, we've been waiting to see if these immigrants were going to return our kindness, going to return our support. We have always recognized the humanity of all. Not a damn one of them has recognized ours. Everybody thinks that we're supposed to be their rhetorical and physical punching bags. And these other groups, they're only too happy to try to get some crumbs off of white supremacy's table by playing the game of, oh, we know what it is. There's a racial pecking order, a racial hierarchy, and we're going to help you. We're going to help white supremacy to maintain it. Not all of them have been on board with the bull jive, but the problem is most of them have. Upwards of 90%. I can count on one hand the numbers who have not. And I said it. We're going to put in place a political litmus test, one meant to benefit those of us who are the descendants of slaves, and no, you don't get to grandfather clause yourself in. While there do happen to be brothers and sisters from the Caribbean who I respect, those from South America who I respect, those in India and the motherland who I respect, when we start talking about the path that we made and the bricks that we laid here in the hells of North America, sorry, but that don't include the Jamaicans, Haitians, and all the others. Sorry, but that don't include you. By and large, there are very few of you who can say that it does. Most of you, it don't. America was doing everything it could to keep the vast majority of you out. Most of you only showed up in the last 50 years or so. This ain't about trying to spare your feelings. We need a righteous dose of just hard, honest truth here so we can get this thing straight. How do we separate the people who actually want black empowerment from those who white supremacy sent to mislead us? Who white supremacy is hoping are going to dilute our political and social potency? Who think that they're going to derange our internal politics? First of all, what we're not going to do is we're not going to argue.
Nope.
We're not going to get into long, drawn-out discussions with anyone. We're just going to tell them that we're pursuing a black first agenda. That's all we got to do. And that we're going to be politically selfish. We've earned the right to be. And at this point, it is a prerogative for our survival to be politically selfish. We've tried everything that we can to decide that we're going to be the most altruistic people on earth, and the only thing that it's done is it's put us at the point where we're on life support now. And all these folks who've been eating off of us, benefiting from our struggles when they put nothing in the kitty and haven't lifted a damn finger, but they're showing up to try to walk off with the goods. Forget it. The days of us deciding that we're going to make ourselves into sacrifices on the altar of showing everybody else how humanely we can treat them when they treat us like dogs, those days are done now. So you're going to be finding a very different group of the descendants of slaves. These people who have been trying to be everybody's buddies, all of a sudden you're going to find that we're going in the opposite direction. I don't give a damn if you say, well, now it's an overcorrection. So the hell what? That's okay. We'll sort that out later. Much later. Say 150 years from now. Come back and talk to me in 150 years, and then we can talk about correcting the overcorrection. But we're not looking to make any alliances. In fact, we're looking to keep people at arm's length. Talk about what will be done to uplift those black people who came out of American slavery. In other words, the vast majority of black people in the U.S. And you'll find that the conversation, it's like truth serum. You want to find out where these so-called migrants really stand? Start talking about things for the descendants of slaves. Go ahead and start talking about things that are going to benefit us. And right immediately, they'll tell you exactly where they stand. Go to a politician and start talking about what's going to be done for those black people who are the descendants of slaves. What's going to be done for us? Those of us whose ancestors came out of the slavery experience. What's going to be done for us? All of a sudden, they'll be telling you, Cory Booker, he's sitting here talking about, well, it's about everyone. Sounds just like Kamala Harris. So you see, you got your two multiracial candidates, and they sound exactly the same. Cory Booker saw what happened to Kamala Harris, and I guess he's figuring to himself, well, they're going to jump on her, and I'll be able to sneak by. After all, I don't have her baggage. I don't have her injustice record. And you can't say that I'm the descendant of immigrants. Oh, I got a couple of slaves in my family tree. Can't tell by listening. Well, what's going to be done with Cory Booker is we're just going to make sure that everything that he says is remembered and that we hang it around his neck and don't allow him to run away from it. Just like we're not allowing Kamala Harris to run away from her reprehensible injustice record. We're not going to let Cory Booker run away from all of this tap dancing, weaving, and bobbing and dodging that he's doing as far as what's going to, by doing right in regards to us. He's not going to do right by us. That's fine. We're going to make sure he doesn't forget. So when he goes to AIPAC, we're going to tell him, you tell the Jews that, well, I'm here about everybody. I'm not here just for you. I'm not representing one group. This is about everybody. When you go stand in front of AIPAC, you tell them that as far as foreign aid goes and that $38 billion in defense spending that's going to be given to them, tell them, well, it's about everybody. Why do you keep talking about this Jewish state? It's about everybody. Go ahead and do that. And when the gays come up to you, tell them the exact same thing. And when the Latinos and the immigrants come up to you, go ahead and tell them the same thing. It's about everybody. Because if you start talking to them about specifics, then I'm going to be asking you, well, whatever happened to it ain't about everybody. Make sure he knows that. He's a political liar. We're going to brand him as one, and we're going to give him enough rope to hang himself with. He thinks that he's going to pull a slick one, and he won't. We're going to make it where the conversation is dominated, not merely that we're a factor, or we're going to make it sure that the conversation's dominated by what the descendants of slaves are going to get. And what you'll find is the bootlicks and everybody who's been trying to perpetrate a fraud and talking around our interests, they're going to start getting real scared. Now here's a homework assignment that I'm going to start banging the drum on in the following weeks and months. We need to make sure we compile a list of what the campaign appearances of Kamala Harris are going to be. Her in particular, because the white media is going to be trying to push her. They think that she's hopefully could be the most saleable candidate. She's shown that she's willing to go in on black people, so to them that makes her a priority. They like Cory Booker, but they prefer Kamala Harris. We need to make sure that there are going to be some B1 brigadiers who are going to be present at whatever campaign stop she makes, present at whatever town halls that she's at. Do whatever you got to do, say whatever you got to say to make sure you get in front of that microphone and confront her with her record. Make sure that wherever she goes, she has to hear about it. Make sure that wherever she goes, her so-called supporters, who, by the way, are merely supporting the fact that she's going to maintain the racialist pecking order, make sure that they hear about it. Do not make it where she gets to run from it. The white media will try to conceal it until they can't. You make sure, in fact, take your dog on camera with you. We need some YouTube moments. Those of you that sound my voice, you know damn well where the hell it is she's trying to have her little rallies at. And we're going to start compiling a list so that so when she goes on her little deception tour, when she decides it's time to roll out the lie express, we're going to be ready to roll out the welcome wagon. That has to be a priority for us. You want to know why it is that the Hebrew Israelites were able to get their names and papers? Because they actually got the white supremacists' faces. Whether you agree that the Hebrew Israelites or not is irrelevant. The point is they showed that they can occupy physical space, and they also showed that these guys are operating offline, and that they're doing it in a way that they can't be ignored. They got their interests, and they intend to promote those interests aggressively. I hardly believe that we should be prepared to do any less. So that's going to be the homework assignment coming up in the following months. Be ready. A lot of people have been asking, what the world can I do? Professor Cruz, what would you want me to do? I want you to find out where it is that Kamala Harris intends to have her little rallies at, and we make it a point that wherever she goes, she has to hear about this. She's got to hear about her record. She's also got to be told black people aren't voting for you. Hell, it would be worth it just for you to point out, Kamala Harris, you are fooling no one. Black people are not going to vote for you, and this rally is all for nothing. These good white folks you got here, they're going to turn out on election day, and you will lose. Make it where people understand that the black community is against her, and that they know why it is. It's going to be up to us to put our agenda for the descendants of America's slaves on the map. It's going to be up to us to do that. It's going to be up to us to make that a fact. But it's going to depend on how aggressively we do it. They're going to hear from us whether they want to or not. We know they don't want to, so it's going to be doubly sweet. We're going to be torturing these guys every chance we get. Every time they look up, oh, God, here they come again. Damn right, here we come. These foreign-born blacks, they need to understand something. Their ancestors came here after slavery was over, but they know how they got here. They know full well how they got here. By convincing a racist society that they weren't going to rock the boat. And indeed, they haven't. They didn't climb the ladder. White supremacy allowed them to have a few crumbs and a few token jobs. But it went to their heads. We got to be honest about that. Now, this isn't every single last one of them to a man, but it is most of them. And we're going to stop being bashful about that reality, and they're going to stop denying it. The days of letting them say, no, that was them, that was not me. No, forget that. We are in the fix we're in now precisely because we refuse to admit to what's right in front of us. We've been making exceptions for everyone, and what a surprise. When it comes time to talk about the people who have been putting the daggers in our backs, we keep giving a pass to everyone. We keep giving everyone amnesty on that crime, and what a surprise. In the end, no one gets accused. No one gets the finger pointed at them. No more. We built this house. Those of us whose ancestors came out of slavery, we built this house. And those of us who have been in this country ever since, without being compensated for that, we keep this house standing. Our blood did that. Our suffering did that. Our degradation did that. Our righteous struggle, which no other group of black people on the planet have been able to replicate. Our struggle did that. When South Africa wanted to break the chains of apartheid, it was black folks in the United States who said, we're going to put the arm on the Dutch occupation government there. Boycott, divest, and sanctions. Before the Palestinians, it was black folks in the United States pushing for that. When Mussolini ran his jolly flabby behind into Ethiopia, it was black folks in the United States who said, sign me up, we're going over there. Okay? We built this house. We defined much of what has come to typify black struggle, black ideology in the modern era. Modern meaning in the last 500 years. And I said it. We didn't do all of it, but we did the lion's share of it. And it wasn't merely because we're in the United States. This would have happened regardless, but the point is, yeah, you can go ahead and say, well, America had some technical innovations. You had radio. Well, the rest of the world had it too. Well, the motion picture. Y'all had freaking movie palaces too. You had the movie theaters too. It wasn't just the U.S. The reason why is, there's a reason why slavery was broken in the United States when it was, and it didn't get broken in Brazil 20 some odd years later. At the end of the day, there is something unique. There is something that is absolutely essential about the descendants of slaves in the United States. Something that makes us different. We are an exceptional people. We are an exceptional group. And we're not going to be bashful about saying that. The U.S. government was debating immigration limits back in the 1700s before the Germans came. Before the Irish immigrants in the 19th century, before the Chinese and the Jewish immigrants of the late 19th century, before the Italians and the Greek immigrants of the 20th century, before the Mexicans, before the Vietnamese, before the Cambodians, before all of them. They didn't want to come to the United States before the 18th century because black slaves had not built a country worth coming to. Our ancestors hadn't built this country into the place it was going to be yet. So everybody was like, oh, we're going to sit back and wait till they do all the heavy lifting. It was the descendants of slaves, not Angela Rye's people. These Johnny-come-latelys. Not Roly-Poly Martin's people. Damn sure not Joy the Jackass Reed's people. Not Issa Rae's people. None of you clowns built this country. We built it. Our ancestors' black hands, the American slaves' black hands built and sculpted the White House and the Capitol building. So that when you have trash like Barack Obama and Kamala Harris and garbage like Ilhan Omar, we'll get to her in a minute, the first Somali congresswoman, when these pieces of garbage trot up those steps, who's trotting up the steps that were built with black blood, black expertise, black suffering, black labor that went uncompensated, dreams that went unfulfilled, children who never got to reach their potential, our children, not yours. You showed up to eat the fruits of our labors. That's what you did. It was the hands of black slaves that built all this. You take a look at the wealth of the United States, from the Chase Manhattan Bank to its dealings with Lloyd's of London and Britain. You take a look at how many corporations got their seed money from these banks who themselves profited from our black backs, not yours. And then you look at these individuals who pride themselves on, oh, I got some white ancestry. That makes me better than all of you dark descendants of slaves over here. Oh, I was born outside the United States, so they weren't whipping my ancestors. You're right. You didn't have enough character to deal with slavery. That's the reason why the white folks are running you in your own freaking country. Tell Angela Rye to take her happy ass back to Haiti and tell me how many white folks are not kicking her behind there. And Roly-Poly can go with her. And Joy Reid can go back to Jamaica and explain to all of us why it is that the white people are slapping her freaking in-laws around with impunity. And Issa Rae can take her behind back to Africa and explain to all of us why it is that the Chinese are sitting there raping black women, killing black folks, abusing black people, treating them like freaking slaves. You're right. You're right when you say, well, there's no white folks in America who are treating us like slaves. Yeah, you got the freaking Chinese doing it to you now. I go to Africa, it looks no different than 19th century America. Except it ain't white people doing it, it's Chinese folk doing it. So, ain't you going to rise up against them Chinese? No, because you didn't rise up against the Arabs who ran many of you black folks out of North Africa. North Africa used to be black as my shoe. It still has a black contingent to this day. What you see going on in the Sudan right now, that is basically a real-time example for you of what's been going on the last 500 or so years. In fact, the last 800 years when the first Arabs decided to set their feet on African soil. So my question happens to be, if you got all these Africans here who are so proud, where the hell's the fight in them? Because I ain't been seeing it. Ain't been seeing no fight in you. Oh, but it's black folks in the United States who apparently are somehow inferior or lesser than. You see, bringing in all of these mulattoes and foreign-born black people, this is a political operation. It's meant to confuse the descendants of slaves as a group internally. And it's meant to embolden and justify the racism of the white society as a whole. And it has largely been successful. At least up until now, because we went along with this scam. We spent so long watching these phony Negroes talking to us that we never bothered to ask if maybe they weren't one of us. We never bothered to ask. We never checked their credentials. We never decided that, hey, there's got to be some rules and regulations and some qualifications before you get to sit among us. Before you get to talk to us about anything, we gotta vet you first. We never vetted anybody. Just let them on in. People like Angela Rye are not merely scared of losing their white benefactors. They're scared of being cast out by us, because where the hell else are they gonna go? These mulattoes and foreign-born blacks, they have tried to present themselves as being the best among us. Oh, we're the best and brightest, certainly brighter than these descendants of slaves, when in many cases, they're not even one of us. They drop their foreign names when they get over here, and they take on names that make them sound a little more like us. Joy Reid, you really think that's what her folks' names were? Issa Rae, her folks come from Africa. Roland Martin, nah, I think he probably had a more British name if you go back with Angela Rye, same thing. These people had some names of Spanish, French, or something. They're trying to figure out how to make themselves seem more like us so they can blend in. These Negroes who white power handpicks to put positions over us because they use white power in order to install them in these positions and white power to protect them. Then they use their media and their government to tell us that these guys speak for black folks when they do not and never have. Up until now, there hadn't been a critical mass of black people to challenge the lying narrative of these bought and paid for imported bootlicks. There hasn't been a critical mass to speak out against them, to expose them, to oppose them. But now there is. And this would-be talented this self-appointed group of black spokesmen who spoke for no one, now what's happening is they're finding themselves being thoroughly and completely delegitimized. Now, if they're supposed to be spokesmen for black folks, then why is it they're fighting against us? Because that's their job. And that's what I want them to do. I want these guys to argue with us. I want them to attack us because I need black folks to see them doing this so you can understand this is what they've done all along. These guys were trying to think to themselves they were going to dictate our opinions to us because they've gotten away with it for so long. So now we are forcing the issue. We're making it where they have to show their cards because we won't allow them not to. It's like what Sun Tzu said in The Art of War. If you have an enemy who has barricaded himself behind the walls of his fortress, then what you do is you find something outside of the fortress that enemy desperately wants to protect, and you attack it. That way he'll have no choice but to come out and to defend it. He'll have no choice. And that's what we've done to these black bootlegs. They barricaded themselves behind that sound stage or the walls of the white studios where they're at. So what we did was we went after their political benefactors. Because you see, they're not in the walled city of white folks. They're in the alleys. So we went ahead and attacked the interests of their white masters yoked in pain, and now here come the black bootlegs. Y'all gonna leave Mass alone! Y'all gonna leave Mass alone! Y'all gonna mess it up for us! Damn right we are. That's our mission. We are here to mess up things for Angela Rye. We're here to mess up things for Roly-Poly Martin and Joy Reid and all the rest of them. Yes, we are here to put an end to your cushy lifestyle. We are here to put an end to all of your tiny power and minor privileges. We're here to put an end to all of it. We're pulling the plug on your little hustle. That's what we're doing. And there ain't a damn thing you can do about it. Because whether or not these bootlicks want to believe it or not, they don't seem to believe anything because common sense eludes them. They spend all of their time with white supremacy telling them what to say, and so that means that they've mastered the fine art of never having to think. So when it comes time for them to realize the white media can't dictate black folks' opinions to us, they can't use the white media to invalidate viewpoints and say, well, these guys over here talk about black empowerment, that's outside the bounds of acceptable political thought. Black people are too smart for that. That's what Kamala Harris means when she starts talking about, oh, well, we got to give people more credit than that. That's patronizing. You guys are not going to deviate from the white supremacist media line because you're smarter than that. You guys are so smart. You're going to keep on following white supremacy's dictates. You're going to keep on obeying white supremacy because you're smarter than to not do it. Yeah, right. So that's what's going. That's what comes from the black bootlicks. They can't understand the white power after so long of being able to successfully manipulate black people or to otherwise mislead us or to discourage us, which is the main thing that the white media's done. To discourage us from what we know to be true, to discourage us from speaking, to discourage us from being willing to promote and push ideas that empower us and to say, well, you can't fight for any of this stuff. It's never going to happen, like reparations. You have black folks who just a few weeks ago were saying that that's pie in the sky, and now what's happening is because of the fact that we've been able to cripple a major party candidate before her campaign even begins, because of the fact that we're able to exercise more influence in the black community than the white media's black bootlicks, now you got some black folks who are starting to come around. Yeah, you're starting to see that the problem wasn't that we can't do these things, it's because we weren't trying to do it. What did I say way back with R.I.P. Black America? If we don't, we die. Simple as that. The reason that we don't have any victories is not because the bad guys are defeating us, it's because we never bothered to even fight. So what's happening is you're seeing what happens when we fight, when we decide that as one voice we're going to work together, which is why I keep talking about that we can't have just 50,000 viewpoints. We're going to have to make sure that there's going to be one aim, and that's going to dominate, because that's what has proven successful for us. Why stop a winning strategy? And don't let these black bootlicks get out here and let their name calling and all the rest of it. This is them lashing out because they understand the threat that we pose. They understand the fact that their entire livelihood depends on their ability to get black folks to toe the line, or at the very least to not have us resisting white supremacy, be it the left-wing white supremacist or the right-wing white supremacist agenda. And that if they can't corral the Negroes, if they can't act as effective sheepdogs for white supremacy against us, then they're done. White supremacy isn't going to keep them around because they've never wanted them around. If they can't lead us around by the nose, then what the hell good are they? That's the reason why we got mental midgets like Angela Rye who whine and complain that they just can't understand why black people don't believe that we're immigrants. Maybe because 95% of black people in the United States happen to come from the descendants of slaves. That's why. We are descended from slaves, and that's the reason why. We ain't immigrants. An immigrant is a choice. You migrate by choice or by necessity. But somebody who happens to be slapped in chains, thrown in a slave ship against their will, at gunpoint told you're going to this place, you're not a migrant, you're a prisoner. You see, there's a reason why you don't have Nigerian immigrants who refuse to say that they're immigrants. They'll go ahead and say that they're immigrants, sure. Ask them and they'll gladly tell you, oh, we're not like these black Americans over here, these descended from slave folk, we're not like that. They'll tell you in a heartbeat that they're Nigerians. Same for Somalians, West Africans, Jamaicans, Haitians, whole 9 yards. There's plenty of groups of black folks who will gladly tell you that they're immigrants. So who is it that Angela Rye was whining about? Who is she griping about? When she said, who are these black people that she's talking about? Well, that's her entire problem. She's mad that the vast majority of black people are not going to allow anyone to lie and say that we're immigrants. Because a slave dragged somewhere in chains is a prisoner. He's not a migrant. She's mad about that. And you're damn right, Angela. We are taking a hard-nosed and uncompromising approach to our power. And yeah, we're being specific. We, those of us who are descended from America's slaves, we're becoming politically selfish. And that means we're developing an aggressive agenda of black empowerment that's going to put us in the driver's seat. And we're starting by showing the bootlicks the door. And we're starting with you. And I want you to understand something. No white politician called us immigrants. Angela Rye chose to do that. And that tells you everything you need to know about who's center among us and what it is her mission is, what it is her job is. She knows exactly how she's going to keep the support of her white benefactors. Hell, she's one of these clowns who runs around calling herself a consultant. Consultant means that you go to white folks and try to make yourself useful to them. That's what consultant means. The mission of these foreign-born bootlicks is to confuse and derange the internal politics of the former slaves, to present themselves as being one of us, and then to monitor our discourse, and then go back to Massa and tell them where the slaves are hiding, tell them what we're talking about. Their job is to take our discourse off course. That's their job. Every time we start talking about something leading to our empowerment, they can always be counted on to tell us, but it's about feminism, it's about immigrants, it's about the gays, it's about the environment, or anything else. Anything except for what's in our interests. This is no accident. This is a form of warfare. These kind of tactics using spies and disinformation to undermine and destabilize a target population, if the Russians did something like this, it'd be called an act of war. Look at all the complaining that they did simply because they believed the Russians happened to put a few Facebook and Twitter tweets online and that somebody might have read them. Why, this is tantamount to an act of war. What the hell do you call what they've been doing domestically against those of us descended from slaves? What the hell do you think they've been doing to us? When you have an outside power who systematically and deliberately uses their money and connections to send people among you who work for them, people who are paid by your enemy to tell you that everything is fine when it's not, who are paid to lie to you and get you to deprioritize the things that you need to protect yourself, and to trick you into prioritizing things that will destroy you, that is an act of war. That is political and social sabotage. Because that's what it is. That's espionage, plain and simple. What do you call people like these black bootlegs who carry out and facilitate the agendas of our enemies? This is the conversation we've been putting off for too dang long. There's a lot of these foreign-born blacks who've been showing up in recent decades, and they've been spitting on us and trying to find ways to say that they're somehow better than us. They always got some grimy stuff to say. They seem to pride themselves on, we're just going to show disrespect to these guys. I think what we need to do is to go ahead and cut them loose. Let white supremacy put us up there behind to let them see what it's like when they don't have us speaking for them. They're tiny numbers, they'll be gobbled up very quickly. Now, white supremacy is not going to gobble them up. White supremacy sees them as being useful, so please don't go play the sad violin for them. But the thing about it is, yeah, and I'm not talking about let white supremacy put its foot up their behinds, and when the first time that they yelp in pain, oh, we got to come to the rescue. No. This is about group behavior modification, and they need to see exactly what it's like to be out in the cold. They've spent a long time bragging about, oh, I'm Haitian, oh, I'm Jamaican. We've been saying for the longest time we need a definition of Pan-Africanism that crosses all those lines, where we don't sit here doing the old tribalism, factionalism crap. But these guys showing up, what they're showing is, nah, they're as right for being taken down by white supremacy as they ever are. And do we really need to handcuff ourselves to individuals who are still carrying on the exact same divide and conquer crap that made it where we were such easy prey for the Europeans in the first place, and for the Arabs and the Chinese and everyone else? Do we really want to dial ourselves back in for that all over again? Well, that's exactly what we're doing by holding on to these people who have not actually let their mentality evolve to the situation that we find ourselves in. It's been 500 years and they ain't learned nothing. Well, some of us have. The descendants of slaves, we have. We understand exactly the situation that we're in. And we're going to respond accordingly, as we have in the past. Yeah, we're taking kind of a coffee break from doing things right, but we're getting back on track. Oh, you're going to be hearing it's going to be a brand new day for a lot of folks. A lot of people who have been conditioned to be used to black people, everybody's whipping boy, black people being everybody's manservant and
National
always
Racist
long suffering and
Association.
sacrificing for everyone else. Because you know that's our job. That's what God gives us to suffer for everyone else.
Yeah.
They're going to be fine. They're going to be real angry about that. But what's wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all? That's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Y'all
So
is
it's
bad for
more-
white
it's more the fact
supremacists, man.
that their young white children also get killed, and they're like looking at the parents like, "Fuck you," and a rifle dude.
Thank like people who are tired of being kicked around, but more importantly, people who realize that power is what we need, and that we're not going to be compromising on that. And no one's going to take our eye off the ball, and no one's going to talk us into working against our interests. We know what our interests are, and we define those interests. We are learning to identify our enemies. We are learning to identify our enemies' agents. We're calling them out, and we're rooting them out. It's going to shock a lot of them, because they're so used to us going for the okie doke. No more. These mulattoes, nothing wrong with being light-skinned necessarily. But these mulattoes who pride themselves on their little dark skin test because as they see it, they're a lesser shade of white. As far as I'm concerned, they are no different than any of these disrespectful black foreigners who show up. They're no different. They've done everything they can to make it clear that they're not one of us. Great. We need to make it sure that they're going to be separated from us. We should draw a hard and fast distinction between us and them because as they see it, they're the black community's overclass.
I should have said
and if we wanted to be more accurate, we would call them what they see themselves as, the black community's overseers. And this is why it's so dangerous and crazy for black people. And sisters, you need to hear me, because y'all been the worst offenders in this regard. Following after these traitors, whenever they start talking about who they are, it's always something other than black. They're Swedish, Polynesian, I got some Scottish, I got some Martian, anything but black. It was these mulattoes who started that garbage. That's where that mess started in our community from. And too many of our women think that white is the standard of beauty, so they saw these mulattoes doing this crap, and in their minds they're like, well, you know, is it so wrong for me to be saying that I got some of this and some of that? Because after all, these mulattoes are doing it, and well, they're black too, right? The mulattoes don't see themselves as black. They say that in front of you. They say that basically as a social designation, but what they see themselves as is basically Caucasians with a little more melanin. That's how they see themselves. That's how they act. That's how they talk toward us. That's how they regard us. That's how they behave around us. That's how they limit their interaction. These people who are so damn disrespectful, they start getting smacked in the mouth and they'll say that you're wrong, but the truth of the matter is that's where they're coming from. You know what, I think that maybe perhaps those of us who are descended from slaves, maybe what we need to do is we need a chocolate bar test. Maybe that's what we need. If your skin is any lighter than a chocolate bar, well, I don't know if y'all are ready for that yet. Anyway, Angela Rye was telling us so. Her job is not and never has been to tell black folks what is in our interest. Her job is to dictate to us what white power wants us to think. Her job is to dictate to black people what we ought to think about based on what her paymasters want. This is why the black bootlegs have always identified with white liberals and not with us. They pride themselves on the school that they went to. Ain't that right? Kamala Harris running around with that Howard University shirt. You got a curriculum laid out for you by white folks. Howard University, where we teach our graduates to be more useful to white power. They're here to carry out white priorities, not the black agenda. As they see it, black people are too stupid to know what's in our best interest. Why, we don't even realize that we're actually immigrants too. What's the most important thing we've been dealing with? Immigration? What the hell is immigration to a descendant of slaves? What the hell is that to us? Well, you're just not smart enough to know. I just don't understand why black folks don't understand that we're immigrants too. That's where it comes from, that condescending attitude. And you saw the video deny it, so when she's doing it, she's going to radio silence. Now, if saying, then why didn't she go to the Hispanics and tell them that? Tell them that the most important issue that they can be talking about is black-brown unity. Go ahead and tell them that go ahead and sell that garbage to them. See how receptive an audience you find. Go to the Hispanics and go ahead and try to tell them about that Black-Brown alliance and how we need more Haitians and Jamaicans in here. Go ahead and tell them that. And after she gets booed out of the room, she can go and try that con game with the Asians. And assuming they don't beat her to death, which seems to be their favorite thing to do to black women, then she can come back and try that con job with us. Nobody else tries to call black people immigrants. Not even white politicians or white liberals try that. Not only because they know how we came to be here, but because they know that these other groups aren't trying to ally or associate themselves with us. They want to associate themselves with whatever social or legislative benefits that we fought for. Associate themselves with us? No, that ain't on their schedule. See, the con that these other non-white groups keep pulling is that everyone once in a while they'll mutter something about racism, usually when white supremacy decides to put its foot up their behinds. And black people, still desperate to have friends, still hoping to get these other groups to like us because too many of us don't like ourselves. We see these other groups say something about slavery every blue moon or about racism, and then we start hoping that maybe they'll stop being auxiliaries of white supremacy and come to our side, and that is never going to happen. You gotta get over your codependency issues. You gotta get over your inferiority complexes, plural. Sitting here thinking, well, you got this Arab over here, the one who keeps his eye on you whenever you're in his liquor store, and you got these Asians over here, the ones who just beat up your aunt the other week, and they said something about racism, and, well, maybe that means that maybe they're coming around to our way of thinking. Maybe we can get these guys to open their eyes. That is never going to happen. And we have got to cast out these dumb Negroes who at this late date are still wasting time pining away for that mythical black-brown, black-yellow, black feminist, black left-wing alliance, which is never going to materialize. Not because I say it won't, but because the people you're trying to go to, what you're selling, they ain't buying. These dumb Negroes are like children, really stupid children. Time to give these pathetic dead-enders a lesson in reality. Black people have no power. By black people, I mean those of us who came out of slavery experience. For a long time, this is all we've ever known, being powerless. So since we're a people who have been conditioned to live without power, we don't understand things from the standpoint of people who have power or people who may not have it but are seriously looking to acquire it. It's been a long time since we've been in that business. It's been a long time since we've been in the business of acquiring power. It's been a long time since we decided we were going to live on our own terms and that we were just fine with everybody in the neighborhood being black. We weren't trying to be accepted by anybody. We were just trying to live our lives. It's been a damn long time since we've been a power-oriented people. So we've forgotten what that reality is like. And we've resisted being retaught those principles. No one, and I mean no freaking body, is going to try to draw an alliance with you unless they see some power in your hands. So as long as you're powerless, you can forget about any alliances. But the truth of the matter is, once you get some power, you don't need them.
Sure.
Now, you don't necessarily have to be rich to have an alliance. But if you're resource poor like we are, then your group had better be extremely disciplined. That's the only way that you can make up for disciplined group is not going to be able to hang in there forever unless they start using that discipline to get themselves some resources. So don't ever think the resources are something that's optional. That's mandatory. You got to have the resources. Now, you may not have it for the first 5 minutes, but damn it, you better be looking around. You better spend that 5 minutes looking around going, well, while we're all disciplined and walking in lockstep and we're all unified, those resources over there, we got to bump. We need to take our disciplined numbers and go bums rush those resources over there. That's what you better be doing. This is how we handicapped Kamala Harris's campaign launch. She's far from defeated. Don't go kidding yourself on that. She's nowhere near defeated. But because we became organized and because we spoke as one voice and we were persistent, our discipline has resulted not only in the white media being forced to talk about her record, even if only to try to cover it up or to whitewash it or minimize it, but the black cliques, they have at long last been forced to openly oppose the will of the black majority. They don't know what a big mistake they've made. They're thinking to themselves, we're going to get the white media, our masters, to carpet bomb these slave descendants with all sorts of pro-Kamala Harris propaganda, and we're going to show them, hey, black people are getting on board. Black people like Kamala Harris. They've forgiven her. They understand that you niggers need to be locked up. They've overlooked all that. See, they just had some lingering concerns, lingering concerns. But they understand that Kamala Harris is actually locking you niggers up for your own good. That's what they think is going to happen. They are in for one hell of a wake-up call come those primary elections. Hell, when it comes time for those town halls, if we can motivate, if we're able to mobilize the B-1 Brigadiers, they're in for a wake-up call sooner than that. And there will be roll call, by the way, for those of you who are able to get video of you making sure that Kamala Harris has to hear the questions and hear the truth about her dirty self that the white media's been covering up. It's not merely a matter of us elevating the debate. We must dominate the debate. Let's make sure we get this one on the map, folks. But back to my earlier point, as far as having an alliance goes, Kamala Harris is not defeated. But we got the heifer on her heels, and we did that because even without campaign donations, even without deep pockets, the fact that we were organized, focused, and disciplined, our small numbers were laser focused. That made all the difference in the world. You don't need millions to do it. History is not made to happen by the millions. It's made to happen by a comparative handful. Those of you in the sound of my voice, you are that handful. Now, if we apply the same discipline to where we spend our money, we're also going to see the Angela Rye's and the Joy Reids fighting us on that as well. Get ready to see these clowns. When black folks decide we're going to buy black, don't expect Joy Reid to say, oh, finally, and don't expect Angela Rye to say, it's about time. What they're going to say instead is, I don't understand why black people don't understand that they're discriminating against our non-black brothers and sisters. You mean the Asians who are attacking black people in their salons, if not killing them outright? You mean the white people who are calling the police on black folks in their stores with the hope that the police are going to carry out a summary execution? The Hispanics who are killing black people in the neighborhoods and ethnically cleansing parts of entire states, you mean those guys? These are our non-black brothers and sisters. Still waiting for these bootlicks to do any reporting about how Asians and Hispanics systematically discriminate against black customers and black businesses. They're not patronizing us, so we're not patronizing them. We will balance the taken with the given. We will only do business with others to the extent that they do business with us. So if you do a lot of business with me, I got no problem doing a lot of business with you. If you only do some business with me, then don't ask me to do any more than some business with you. I'll tell you all about your dirty self in a heartbeat if you try that one. And if you do no business with me, then guess how much business I'm doing with you. It's going to be a nice round figure. 0. So your delusion of a black anything alliance, it's lunacy, because while it may be in your interest to have an alliance, you never bothered to ask these other groups that you're so hot and bothered about allying yourself with whether or not they think it's in their interest. Oh, wait, you have asked, and they turned you down flat. So you've been trying to find a way to pity them into allying with you, convince them to ally with you, beg them to ally with you, sympathize your way to an alliance, and it hasn't worked, has it? Because alliances are not forged with people who are beggars. Alliances cannot be forged with the codependent. One of you is going to lead, the other one's going to follow. That's not an alliance. Oh, you can't understand why it is that these other groups are not as hot and bothered in the pants to ally themselves with you as you are to ally with them. You want to know why? It's because power doesn't respect weakness. Power only respects power. And a broke, disempowered, disorganized suck-up with no self-esteem who is always begging people to be their buddy, that is the epitome of powerlessness. You may get pity for 5 seconds, but pity will very quickly turn to disgust, and disgust will eventually turn into outright hostility. You're making yourself a target, stupid. But more than that, the same fear of genetic annihilation that undergirds white supremacy, that's also what's going through the minds of these Asians and Hispanics.
I don't know what it is.
India has been described as the home of racism. You see how they stratify their caste system totally by race? You understand why this is. Immigration is only in the interest of these other groups. If you're descended from American slaves, this is against your interests. But then again, that matters only if you know what your interests are and you are not bashful about promoting and protecting those interests. Do you even know that immigration is against your interests? Are you willing to stand on that, or we only say it for 5 seconds as long as there's no white liberals around? As soon as the first white liberal shows up, oh, well, I want to pat on the head of these white folks. So immigration's cool now, huh? And oh, if you let these Asians or Hispanics show up, you're going to be looking for some interracial sexual access, so you'll go ahead and say immigration's all right, too. Immigration is in the interest of white supremacy because it helps them to solve a political problem. And for the record, the political problem is us, the children of America's slaves. We're the problem that they're trying to solve, the problem that they're trying to eliminate. The displacement of black people by Latinos and Asians, that's not some coincidence. This is the white supremacist plan to eliminate us at work. This is how the final solution to the American slave question is being carried out. Drown the country in pliable, obedient, subservient, non-native born black people. Give them resources so that they can displace us, and then with pressure from all sides, the former slaves will wither on the vine. That's the goal. No, it's not going to take place overnight, but the point is it's going to happen. The execution and eventual annihilation of the Tasmanians, that didn't happen overnight. It took decades to do. Same with the Caribbeans. Same with the near annihilation of the Australian Aborigines. These things didn't happen overnight, but they did happen. Stop waiting for these immigrants to realize what's going on, because it's obvious what you really want. What you really want is some interracial sexual access. Or you're wanting, since you won't deal with your inferiority complex, you want someone to pat you on the head, to be your buddy so you can feel better about yourself. And you're trying to cloak it in all of this patently insincere tripe about, oh, this is about political pragmatism, and this is about making a better country. No, this is about you not dealing with your inferiority and the fact that you think that anything other than black is what you want to snuggle up with in the bedroom. That's where this is really coming from. Your black-brown alliance is, or your black-yellow alliance, or any other sort of black-anything alliance, is just a clumsy front for your codependency and your sexual fixation. That's all it is. And you're fooling no one. As they see it, they're benefiting from all of this, so they're not about to help you. Yes, they know they're dependent on the gains that we fought for, but as far as they're concerned, basically they're going to get theirs and to hell with you. These other groups have already made their devil's bargain with white supremacy a long time ago. And as long as you keep trying to strike up an alliance with them, that means that you are auxiliary to that devil's bargain. They are no different from the most virulent, alt-right, and white supremacist anti-black racist. I'm not talking merely about these other non-black groups. I'm referring to the majority of the foreign-born black immigrants and their children as well. Oh, Joy Reid was born in the United States. Can't tell by listening. Angela Rye was born in the United States. Can't tell by listening. Immigration, in terms of the social discourse, in terms of